Awakening to Love, a 5-MeO DMT trip report, posted to the Actualize.org forums by Kingston, March 25th, 2023. Yesterday, I finally had the courage to try 5-MeO at 40 milligrams. Since 30 milligrams only produces a moderate trip for me, my intuition told me I needed to go higher. So after plugging at around 7:50 PM, I calmly sat on my bed and waited for the effects to kick in. After 7 or 8 minutes, the effects had finally kicked in, and I started having an uneasy feeling of nausea. I wanted to vomit, but as my consciousness arose in the speed of light, I became too conscious to even care to move and vomit. I just lay down on my bed from seating position and closed my eyes. As soon as I closed my eyes, time stopped. I suddenly became conscious that time does not exist. Time is just imagination in this present moment, and this moment is all there is. This moment itself lasted eternity. Time is just one of the many elements that make up our human life. There is never time. There is just now. However, this was just the beginning. As I watched my consciousness significantly increase, I became conscious that all of my sensory fields are literally made of consciousness itself. I don't know how to put it into words. I just felt like all my sensory fields started to collapse. They merged into each other in this spiral sort of fashion. And this was a non-stop force that I, as ego, could not control, which was what finally started to make me afraid and worried. Combining this with the uneasy, nauseous sensations, for the first time during a trip, I begged it to stop. It just became unpleasant, but it was weirdly amazing at the same time. I wondered how this could all be possible, and I was surprised that I never had experienced anything like this during an LSD trip. The fear came. I wondered where all of this would be leading me. This is too much. Then, I realized that the only thing I can do here is to surrender completely. So what actually is the act of surrendering? Well, the act of surrendering is to just face the fear. Face equals give attention to, equals aware of, equals conscious of. So that's what I did. I simply became conscious of my fear, the sensation of fear itself. Then I became conscious that fear itself is also part of consciousness. It's just one little facet of infinite consciousness. Everything is consciousness. The only reason I was afraid was I didn't understand who I really am. I'm not this human self. I am consciousness. Fear is there as a necessity for the existence of this ego to fool myself into thinking I am an ego, and fool me into thinking that there really is something to be afraid of, all in order to stay alive. If everything is consciousness, including fear, my sensations, my current room, my breath, my hands, my thoughts, trees, animals, peoples, drugs, psychedelics, etc., then who am I really? I started to wonder. As I had this realization, my conscious and sensory fields were merging into each other more and more. It was like a never-ending spiral. It was quite amazing to watch all of this happening, and it felt like it would last for an eternity. Finally, the spiral of consciousness consumes every part of me, including the image of myself, as well as my memories, my body, and lastly, my fear. I gave up. I totally gave up. This is the most amazing and yet the most terrifying thing. I died. I literally died. I am gone, but consciousness remains. then I realised what all of this collapsing of my ego, the dying process, is all about. This is the process of love. Now, what is love? Love means I'm willing to fully experience suffering, experience fears, because these are a part of my consciousness. The only thing that prevents me from realising love is my fear and my escape and avoidance from it. Love must be total. Love must be a totality. If you don't accept all the things in this world that you hate, you cannot love. What every human being is most afraid of is suffering, fear, torture, and ultimately death. If you cannot accept or love these things, you cannot really love. By loving suffering, fear, and death, it literally means living through these moments, fully experiencing them until the point you realise that you are them because you love them. Love is just the total embrace of everything that is in consciousness, whatever that is good or bad to your human senses. And finally, this spirally emerging process completes. Everything has finally emerged into each other, and all that remains is oneness. What remains is just this conscious field. I'm one. If me equals one, then who am I? Oh my God. As I scream these words out loud, I am God. I'm God. I'm God. I cannot believe it. I just can't believe it. I screamed my lungs out in pure joy and happiness, and while I was realising that I am God, my consciousness started to spirally emerge again. However, this time, my consciousness field is an imagined orgasm, and the sensation of orgasm told me that it loves me. Then, my whole consciousness field is suddenly filled with an orgasm and starts to merge into itself. It is literally like this picture. Imagine each little black circle in this picture, and that it represents your most amazing orgasm you ever had during sex. And during this moment, there are literally infinite numbers of orgasms merging spirally into one. It never stops. This is literally the best possible pleasure you would ever encounter. Infinite high, infinite orgasm, infinite love. Oh my God. This is infinite love. I am infinite love. I screamed once again. And this is my peak of realization, my peak of the trip, my peak of pleasure. And it lasts for an eternity. I became love. I am love. Love is an infinite orgasm. While it literally felt like eternity, and it is, as my trip began to end, my consciousness started to go back to my baseline. I fell back into my ego self. Everything slowly returns to normal. However, it left me completely speechless. I'm happy like a child. I cried. I was lying on my comfy bed for quite some time and just stared at my ceiling thinking, I am God. I am love. This is the surest thing I know. Not only do I understand that I am God, I became it. I am it. And God itself is love. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivec. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from Like Me really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code VIVEC for 10% off your order, valid up until the 9th of December. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to Like Me for reaching out, I really appreciate it. The Cosmic Joke. Reality as it is. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by The Seeker. Posted to earwid.org, November 23rd, 2020. The process facilitated by 2 experienced guides. 5-MeO DMT powder, vaped, in 3 doses using glass vapor genie. T plus 0 hours, 3 mg. 5 minutes, 6 mg. 10 minutes, 12 mg. The 3 mg dose I don't remember anything about. The arc of the 6 mg dose and the 12 mg dose was essentially the same, the symphony described below. After the 6 mg dose I said, "Don't let me forget this. I won't forget this, will I?" It was so incredibly clear, and then it started to scatter, and I feared I might forget it, so I immediately went for the 12 mg dose, which delivered the same experience with infinitely more clarity. In order for the lesson to be received as I received it, it was psychologically necessary to see it as having been orchestrated and delivered by someone, and my ego, once back online, attributed this skill to my guide. I have since realised that of course she did not orchestrate my inner experience, but to absorb it with the impact I did, that step was necessary. The belief that she did it was a bridge to a fuller understanding of what was learnt. Backstory that may be relevant. I am an American woman in my 50s, with several kids and a successful career in healthcare. I struggled with addiction as a teenager, overcame that, struggled with more compulsive behaviours and addiction since, but they're mostly in check now. I have a lifetime history of anxiety and tendencies towards depression, with at least 2 prolonged periods of major depression in my life, that thankfully are now resolved. I have no particular trauma history, other than the trauma of being an empathic human within this world. I identified as pagan during my 20s, and as a hippie since I went to my first rainbow gathering at 21. I was raised by atheist, leftist, intellectual parents without any particular spiritual direction or tradition. I've lived with ideals of justice, egalitarianism, and freedom as my guiding principles. My highest values are truth, honesty, love, compassion, and integrity. I've been seeking non-dual awakening most of my adult life now. I began studying meditation with a 10-day Vipassana retreat in my 20s, with a meditation practice that could be described as sporadic at best since that time. I gradually dropped any identification with paganism, aside from deep reverence for the natural world, and would describe myself as a secular Zen Buddhist, sort of, if a label were needed. I've gone on 2 one-week-long silent meditation retreats with Adyashanti in the past 10 years, and I've read every book I can find on the topic of non-dual awakening in that time. I believe in the scientific method and eschew magical thinking in all its forms, and yet I cannot accept materialism as a logical explanation for what is. It makes less and less sense to me the longer I live. I've lately found monistic idealism, as described by Bernardo Kastrup, to be the most intellectually satisfying explanation for what reality really is. I've been using psychedelics as a tool for understanding reality in earnest for the past 3 years. I've found the most insights from psilocybin, ketamine, and MDMA. I have experiences with LSD, MDA, NN-DMT, and various other less interesting drugs though. I was a stoner for years, but I've no interest in marijuana for at least 20 years now. I have read every book and article I can find on 5-MeO or DMT in the past 3 years, and have been seeking this molecule like the Holy Grail in that time. It has taken 3 years to come to me. This was the correct time frame. It never was up to me. I've read many awakening experiences and never had one of my own, not really. My deepest, most secret and shameful fear has always been that I am deluding myself, and that perhaps there is actually no truth that can be known, or that I am for some reason not worthy or capable of knowing it. My terror was that I might die without ever having been absolutely sure of anything at all. The symphony in movements. The deconstruction. As the smoke leaves my lungs and gentle fractals whirl extremely rapidly, awareness focuses into a tunnel heading towards a point. I've been training for this my whole life, is my last thought in words. Every life experience is instantly seen as relevant and then discarded, peeled away, released, into a gem of meaning consolidated into the elegant unified path of understanding unfolding within. All identities released, all self-inquiry absorbed, all non-dual intellectual understandings metabolized, all meditation experiences understood, all psychedelic lessons integrated. The pinnacle. Everything falls away. The sum total of my life's quest is balanced on a tiny silent pinnacle, and there is no further path ahead. A feeling of uncertainty, apprehension, nowhere to turn. What now? A pause. The void. The pinnacle vanishes. The gem of the sum total of my life's quest silently goes poof. There is nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing. The sensation is abject. Utterly lost. No one to orient and no experience to orient to. Drifting, writhing with utter helplessness in the void. There is no coming back from here. It was nothing all along. This is not a metaphor. This is the absolute reality. There is no one to have an emotion, but if there were, it would be one of existential horror and futility and ultimate aloneness. The gathering of energy. From the writhing, helpless drifting, energy begins to swirl and grow and gather, colours of deep blue and purple, like liquid metal, swirling in a cosmic whirlpool, pressure growing, all the energies of the void collapsing together with incredible velocity and infinite force. There is something again. That which would orient tries to find the orientation to the rising energy as it grows to infinite intensity and focuses into a singular point. The singularity, the realization, the ultimate irreversible surrender. The energy collapses into a singularity containing all of space and time and awareness. Absolute pure reality as it is. Utter certainty. The I am. Surprise, shock, realization, ecstasy, as the single pure shining high note of reality as it is shatters the person, destroys it with joy, with no turning back. This is all that matters. This is all that is. Transcendent understanding, absolute certainty. All that once seemed important is moot here at the end of the story, everywhere and nowhere. The understanding is embraced with urgency and abandon. The obviousness is overwhelming. At the core of reality there is ultimate certainty. This is worth every sacrifice, and surrender is total. The supernova of reality as it is. The singularity gives birth to reality as it is, in a supernova, a bit like a cosmic orgasm. Reality as it is without orientation. All prior concepts are seen as pure illusion, laughable, hilarious in fact. The idea that a person's ideas about reality have any relevance to anything at all is fucking hilarious. The idea that there is something to be attained is fucking hilarious as well. I get it. The full force of the joke hits me now. The mastery of the setup, destruction, and revelation hits me. My guide is holding my hand, smiling a smile that confirms to me at the deepest level what I already know, which is this truth can never be unseen. Nothing has ever mattered, and that this is the cosmic joke, and it was masterful. Not a step was missed, not a motion wasted in the execution of this lesson. The impact has destroyed me, and I am so grateful, and I just say to her fiercely, that was perfect. You are a master. You're a fucking artist. the fall and the impossibility of anything mattering. Identity returns and, well, it is meaningless. It is hilarious. The idea that the only true thing in existence once seen could be forgotten is hilarious. Everything is hilarious. I laugh and laugh and laugh. Every idea that occurs to me is just the funniest thing ever. The idea that anything could ever have mattered is stupidly funny. I laugh and writhe and kick my feet. I feel totally naked now. All lies and self-deception are destroyed because, well, who would lie to whom? How would we ever fake anything? Nothing matters. I'm reborn into truth. I'm liberated. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, I say. Ideas and concepts are drifting tatters around me, and I understand why people act so unpredictable and crazy after they smoke 5-MeO. It's impossible to self-censor. There is no one to censor. It cannot be done. The I that emerges is not the one who went in now. Nothing will ever be the same, and this is clear. I laugh and laugh and laugh for half an hour at least, my beloveds looking on with love and questions and a bit of apprehension in their eyes. I can't tell them. This cannot be told. Only my guide knows now. You are a fucking artist, you know, I tell her again, needing to express this in some way. I've never had a psychedelic experience like that. That's what I've been looking for. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now done. I never need to have another experience in my life. This was it. The after effects. The effect of this destruction has been overwhelming. I was deeply blessed to have an amazing community of chosen family with me on this retreat, who have held me as I laugh and cry and am unable to cook or eat or even hold a conversation. There are layers upon layers of understandings unfolding. There has been joy and fear and ongoing reactivations in which the sensation of part of the experience overcomes me. This has occurred in others as well. This molecule is not a drug. I do not recommend this for partiers, thrill seekers, or mildly curious psychonauts. I'm only at the beginning of this process, 1 week in. Not sure how I'll be able to function at work tomorrow for my first day back since this experience. Everything has changed in ways I just cannot understand. But there is no one doing this, and this is what I wanted. I cannot stress enough how absolutely important it is for physical, psychological, and spiritual safety to do this with an experienced guide and a strong, trusted container of supportive people to hold you afterwards. I do moderate to high-dose psychedelics in my bedroom with my partner on the regular. One of the things I shouted hysterically in my uncontrolled laughter at the end of this experience was, "Imagine doing this alone in your bedroom." Gales of laughter. This one is real. I have long believed that the quote below is true. I hoped, I trusted, but now I know. Knowing is different. You live in illusion and the appearance of things. There is a reality. You are that reality. When you understand this, you see that you are nothing, and being nothing, you are everything. That is all. Kalu Rinpoche. Fourth time. A trip to infinity. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by Hector the Crow. Posted to earwid.org January 15th, 2004. The following is a report I wrote this morning, concerning my first strong tryptamine experience. It was typed 30 minutes after the peak. Hey there. Okay, well, my business, that stinks of profundity, is to describe the trip, integrate the trip, as soon after tripping as I can. Now's the time I dictate. I wonder, what was real, or what is real? I don't want a narrative. I want a meta-chronological gestalt of the whole trip. Well, I can tell you. The flash I've been looking for. The transcendence. The boundary dissolution. I finally got there. The breakthrough. I'm confused as hell and hardly know how to describe it. Tagging any words to its shining essence feels hideously futile. But something compels me to try. There was boundless joy, infinite joy, only a brief moment of terror, bafflement, beyond lingual bafflement. This was not elves, no self-dribbling basketballs, I can tell you that. A broad bonk on the head with a blunt cerebral celestial filler, a cleansing for a brief moment. In that moment, I was cleansed of self, myself washed away. It really happened. It was not just a theory. It was a reality. The ontology alteration, the shattering of the world is fully gone, but psychological aftershocks are still buffeting me as I write this. Jostling, stunned. Christ. Do I describe this experience using words like good and bad? Do I impose values on it? Somehow that doesn't seem right. Abstract as possible, concrete as possible. I keep wanting to contradict, to do opposing things at once. Somehow this relates to a philosophical theme of the trip, an intuitive insistence I had not planned for, nor had any anticipation of. When the real thing hits you, it's hard to know what to think. You should probably just shut up and look around. The world. Look around your head. But you can't, can you, you babbling fool? You want to write about it, in second person now. Okay, go ahead then. Maybe you'll wise up next trip. Because we are going to do this again, my precious. Soon, at a higher dose. Because as amazing as this experience was, I know there are levels above this. And that is staggering. I know if I can do a bit more with an open mind this time, I know I can get even farther out. Maybe transcendent of this strange transcendence. Okay, now I'll try and write a conventional trip report. My third experience resulted in about the same effects as the second, even though I thought I added more powder. This time I was very liberal with the powder, estimated at 10 to 15 milligrams. I was determined to get to the next level this time. And well, I did. I sat down and took one big long toke, 15 seconds of inhalation. I started feeling it very early on, very strong and very definitely this time. I took another big long toke, 15 seconds. About halfway through this toke, I knew it was escalating towards some novel perturbation of consciousness, something I had not experienced yet. Well, I was in for a ride. It's possible that I may have taken a third toke. I may have not. I actually don't remember, because somewhere during the second toke, I phased out of the regular universe I was accustomed to and emerged into something else. I felt pulled into some swirling foreign reality, panic immediately gripping me. But I struggled to remain calm. My whole field of vision seemed to distort, as a field, as if what I saw was a flat texture being pulled off of some larger underlying essence. This was me stepping out of my four-dimensional matrix of space-time and encountering something greater. I couldn't quite handle the vertigo. I had to do something about it. So I decided to move. I got up off the chair, fell onto the couch. This leads me to believe that maybe I wasn't as high as I could have been, that being tranced and incapacitated, abandoned to the void. Anyway, I lay there, overwhelmed, fearing my mind had been taken too far to ever return to sanity. This was far beyond any psychedelic state I had yet encountered. This was completely new. For a few seconds, I wanted nothing greater than to return to my previous state of consciousness. I felt the panic of the lucid dreamer trapped in a nightmare. Anything could happen. I felt the terror of an impending obliteration. Of what, I was not sure, but I knew it was too big for me. And I was right. The universe was not big enough for me and it both. It was me that was destroyed. Ego lost. I was not feeling a void, rather a transmutation of reality. I felt myself, my ego, slip away rapidly and completely, leaving a bizarre vacuum in the psyche that was now just a component of the universe. Everything just a component. The The loss of self brought me a feeling of unity and complete oneness with everything. Infinity manifested as the doubt-destroying, blinding essence of existence. The self and my life were not real. Life is but a dream. And I had been awakened, shaken out of the hypnosis of that narrow, limited reality. I felt ecstatic that I had reached this state. I felt triumph. I felt enlightened. I felt every question was answered. And I felt immortal. But I couldn't say why. Profound, profane hilarity, cackles, giggles. I was on a profound, positive plateau, stretched as a pretzel figure-8 paradox strange loop. I felt like I'd finally inhabited certain mystic states. I felt neither cosmic consciousness nor solipsistic consciousness. The feeling was on another spectrum entirely. Words I carried were infinity and other. I went to my bedroom through a bubbling, twisting, warping hallway, got on my computer and typed. For a second, I was ready to anoint everyone enlightened divinity. I typed my ecstasy, which started to dissolve into skepticism, with revelations fleeting like nitrous oxide truths. William James's axiom rang in my head. Everything in this universe is the smell of burnt almonds. Might as well have been. Was. I was far more than myself, and far less as well. I felt filtered into a meta-self, shaken from self, loose, drifting, free. But with nagging skepticism, I thought, was it all real? What does it mean? Should I care what it means? And why am I even asking this? The jolt from this other world back to my reality was jarring, hard. Mundanity sweeping in, window closing. What do I make of it? What do I make of it? Pressure to make something of it, strain. Knowledge that I'll forget what it was like. I'll have to forget, right? How can I retain it? There's no way that's possible. I'll forget, and what's worse, I won't believe. I'll believe I was hyperbolizing, souping up the description. Well, I don't know. That was then, and this is now. And time keeps on slipping away. What was once a dilated near infinite moment is now an afternoon going by much too quickly. A trip fading. Allowing myself to indulge in the banality of spell check is the final sign that I'm down for good. Lol. Why did I type? I shouldn't have tried to English it so soon. I should have experienced, not recorded. This is all lies though. Language. Ego loss, for me, whatever that is something that I, myself, can't really make sense of after the phenomenon is over. I only remember it as a pale fact, not a reality. If my experience on 3 grams of shrooms was a 5 or 6 on DM Turner's scale, the 5-MeO DMT flash was probably a 7 or 8. Certainly a jolt, an unambiguous blast into new territory. And still, I must go further. I'd rather use NN-DMT than 5-MeO DMT, as the former is allegedly much more visual. I assumed the hallucinations could better help me assign meaning to the experience. But for now, 5-MeO is what I have to work with. And it's definitely powerful stuff in its own right. The Sacred Rite Initiation, a 5-MeO DMT trip report by X, posted to earwid.org, December 2nd, 2015. When I was initially invited into this experience by my best friend, I knew I wasn't ready. Because of a long history, 28 years, as a serious crack and heroin addict, I knew I had to be very careful of my motivations. However, I'm not in any way a white-knuckle, by-the-book, recovering addict. I still smoke marijuana occasionally, and I do enjoy a good glass of wine at dinner or before bed. But going into an experience as intense and potentially alluring as this warranted some serious consideration. When I finally did decide the time was right, I was careful to set very clear and very specific intentions around my journey. My background as a practitioner of ceremonial magic in my early years, and now as a practitioner of Tantra Yoga, specifically Shravidya Tantra, which is a mantra-based, highly ritualized form of yoga magical practices, had all prepared me very well to fully embrace everything that Sophia, our facilitator's name for the batch of 5-MeO DMT that we were partaking of, would bring to me. On top of this, I've also developed a very dedicated, devoted yoga, asana and pranayama practice, which I feel also served me well. I'd been told before that relatively few people purge with this substance, but just to be on the safe side, I only had a protein shake that morning and just a light vegetarian meal the night before. I'd become vegetarian some 6 months before. The only herbal supplements I take regularly are Dong Quai and Osha, so all in all, my system is fairly clean and incredibly strong and resilient. I was very impressed with the diligence and intention that was given to make sure that I was as prepared as possible to undergo what, for me at least, would prove to be the biggest shift in consciousness of my entire life. The Temple of Awakening Divinity was the agent of my introduction to 5-MeO DMT. They called and did a medical background and mental health screening. The weekend before my circle was to dive, an orientation was offered which was incredibly informative and yet in no way didactic, allowing each individual to step into the space as we chose. When I arrived on the morning of my circle, I was full of a calm anticipation, for I had a sense that everything that had happened to me in my life had been leading up to this exact moment, and of course every moment, and I'd been waiting for this all along. I helped to prepare the food that would be offered between dives to help ground each individual after they emerged from the field. Then, we all went in to be seated at a beautiful altar, in a room with vaulted ceilings, sumptuously appointed and with a huge cushion in the centre covered with plush purple comforter and an Eye of Horus pillow, where we would lay our heads as we went in. Our facilitator used the symbol sets of ceremonial magic to sanctify the space and cast a circle of energetic protection, which made me feel even safer and well taken care of. Directions were called, wards were set in place, and we were each sensed and asperged. Then, we were asked in turn to offer our intention, and this really struck my heart in a good way, to offer a shadow. I offered my intention, which is stated below, and the shadow of needing recognition and acknowledgement, as well as my issues of abandonment and rejection. Then came the big question, which was no question at all for me. "Who's going first?" our facilitator asked. "I am." My hand shot up immediately. I said this with certainty and conviction. I truly was ready. Our facilitator asked me my history of psychedelics and entheogens. The latter I had never tried, the former only in my late 20s. Actual LSD 25 on sugar cubes saved in someone's refrigerator from the 60s or 70s, and some mushrooms about 10 years ago. He asked me about my drug tolerance, and I explained that although I had been a severe addict, I was always a lightweight with a low tolerance. From that information, he determined my dosage to be 9 to 11 milligrams, and explained that he used to use a scale, but had done this so many times that he had gotten fairly exact at eyeballing it. I decided to trust him. I trusted the people who had connected me to him, and knew that there were literally thousands of people who had experienced this through him. My intuition told me it was okay, and I've learnt to trust that as well. I watched as he filled the chamber of a vaporizer with argon gas, an inert suspension to carry the vapour into the lungs. He placed the prescribed dosage of white crystalline powder in it, and I watched it as it filled with thick white smoke. I will let the account that I wrote in the week following the encounter speak from here. Intention. I present my intention to undertake these sacred rites, offering myself fully to the will of the divine as an instrument of she who is Maha Saraswati, called Brahmani, that I find effortless connection to her flow of creative power, that my words, music, voice and art be herald to the continuing emergence of Satya Yuga. Opening. The circle was cast, the space held sacred. I lay in the centre, arms wide in an attitude of willing surrender. I was asked to sit up for a moment, and our facilitator came beside me. In perfect love and trust, I offer you this lamp of light. Journey well. I took in a deep breath of air and let it all out. I took the lamp to my lips and inhaled deeply. The taste was strange, yet somehow vaguely familiar. After all the vapour had been inhaled, I kept breathing in until my lungs were full, keeping my eyes open as instructed, and I laid back on the soft cushions. I really had no idea what to expect when I heeded the call of spirit and the invitation to participate in this rite. What I found exceeded anything I might have even remotely conceived of. As I felt my body let go of the retained breath, my entire field of vision was wrapped around with the 1,000 eyes of Indra in perfect, beautiful, sacred geometrical forms. The eyes crystallized and dissolved away into nothingness, and I found myself floating free. I'll preface the next sections by saying that first, there was not a first or second or third of these things that occurred, but rather that all were juxtaposed and occurring relatively in time and space, or maybe outside of it. And that these opening experiences were like layers of being that I was visiting with my awareness. Experiential, yes, yet not in any way an effect of my mind, rather a construct of consciousness itself. The waiting room. I found myself floating free, and as I became aware of the environment, it seemed as if everything were made of a mercurial substance, all silvery and pastels, gossamer and mist. The beautiful music that had begun to play just as I went in had turned to a tinny elevator-style music. There were others there, or perhaps they were mirrors of fragments of my ego, and there was one that was more substantial than the rest. I recognized this as my predominant ego. Although I am female, this was a male, all dressed in white, like some eager festival goer in search of the elusive ultimate experience. He was bouncing up and down, wringing his hands and shaking his head in anticipation. "Alright, let's do this. Yeah, spiritual experience. Oh boy, I'm ready for this." It would have been hilarious had I not been so crushingly disappointed in finding my awareness here of all places, for I was wholly intimate with this place of mist and mirrors. I had visited it many, many times before, and knew it to be the realm of Maya, of emptiness and illusion. I also had a knowing that I would be permitted to remain here in awareness, in a comfort zone of sorts, but that I would get from this experience what I chose, and though it was dreamy and sweet, here was only a superficial and nebulous light show. Then, as if from across a vast distance, I heard our facilitator's voice say, "Remember." I realised that to go any further, this part of me, this ego self, would have to stay here. I would have to drop all pretenses, dive deep, and embrace what was waiting without reservation. Eruption. With the word remember came another call, voiceless yet resonating from the core of my being. My most ancient knowing Atman, my higher self, beckoning me to step into her once again. I remembered the ancient rites that I had participated in through lives untold. I felt the anchoring energy signatures of those holding space around me and those holding space for me from afar. I felt utter trust and knew that I was safe, and so I began to go within. The self that I now was knew what was required. "Ground me," I said aloud to those in the circle around me. Though I had no physical sensation of it, I am told that hands were immediately on my body. "Hold me," I said to those who guarded my physical space. I went deeper yet, and the power began to build. "Hold me," I cried to those I had asked to hold space for my journey, but who were not in immediate presence. I felt myself drawing further down, a gathering of force so pure and sacred that words cannot describe. "Hold me. Hold me," I cried to all holders of all sacred ritual and circle throughout time. I continued to ground and build, and the power was terrible in its beauty and magnitude as I reached in and joined with the hoary soul of Gaia herself. "Hold me," I screamed to the mother of the universe, as I knew the feeling Hanuman himself must have felt as he gathered his unbounded strength to leap across the ocean of samsara. I heard the word, "Yes," whispered by my guardians. "Tell me yes," I pleaded. They said, yes, again. Louder, I begged, needing to hear their reassurance, to know they were strong enough to hold the field for what was coming, and they answered, yes. Louder, I screamed, and they fed back all of my passion, all of my fury. Yes, yes. And I felt the coming implosion and knew that if the field were too strong at the moment of release, I would shatter. I knew exactly what was needed and when, and at just that moment I said, soften. The field I was held in relaxed just enough that the edges were allowed to curl gently in, the linear crystalline planes of force becoming pulsating waves of geometrical particulate. I felt what every flower bud feels as it bursts into bloom, what every volcano feels as it erupts from the Earth's crust, and what every supernova feels as it implodes in massive nuclear annihilation. From beyond the centre of my being issued forth two distinct and inseparable projections. With the fury and potency of all of the pain and all of the ecstasy of creation came a scream that shook the very foundations of matter itself. From beyond the portals of time and space issued an orgasm that was the birth of stars, galaxies, and universes. And with this came an effluent projectile emission that was the healing, furious waters of my Ganga, pouring from the centre of Heaven's Gate to wash away all of the sins of the ancestors of humanity, to purge all of the holiest places, and to asperge every sacred rite performed throughout time. And in this, I was born into being. Born into the birthright of every child, into pure bliss riding the waves of divine consciousness. The joy of innocence that cannot be lost, because it is inherently what we are. Reclaiming the Lila of the goddess, for every misplaced child of creation, transported through laughter, through tears and through songs sung in words that have been buried long ago in the sands of time. They were obliterated in the dust of stars. She then welcomed me into her manifest fullness. All that was the knowing Shivaham, divine, sacred, feminine. I am that. I remember soft waves of silvery light with all colours of creation, and then some carrying me in an ecstatic dancing flow. I was once again what I have always been, an innocent, beautiful, divine child of the universe, and I was healed of all limitation and constraint. I cannot even begin to express how utterly sacred and held I felt, and still feel residually. There is much more to my journey, but this has been compartmentalized by grace in my mind until I am ready to receive and process it. When I emerged from the field of being, my words and every atom of my essence said, I am held. I could still feel the waves of energy around me, palpable enough to play with, and I felt absolutely delighted in the engagement with it. I recognized those around me, still holding space, still saying, yes. And some I felt called to share with, a message just for them. My holder of earth energy I told that I, too, felt the pain of the earth just as he did. I saw him hiding a feminine power within, and I told him to let her out, for she was beautiful. The healer in the circle was to be told that she was fully present, and that her body was beautiful and perfect. I found out later that these words carried significant meaning for the both of them. The analytical one, I admonished not to overthink it, and to surrender, and he would see and know it all, and yet not know a thing. Thank you. Thank you, I collapsed into saying. I said this over and over with tears of gratitude pouring from my eyes, and laughter pouring from my soul. So, now that a span of days has passed, it is interesting to observe my ego being very attached to the experience itself. In all of the workings I have engaged in before, I have come to understand never to expect any experience to be recreated. This will only lead to disappointment. And yet how the ego is attached. I now know, with the true understanding of first-hand experience, my person to simply be the island that I repose upon in this ocean of consciousness, my deepest self resting in santosha, content in the knowledge that I am truly held, truly supported, purely loved, and trusted to know and to find my way home. I am held. Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaste. Update. Well, now that over a month has passed, I am happy to say that the gifts of the intention I set have actually kept flowing in. My creativity has been reawakened and has been steadily blossoming. I've been writing, recording, as well as creating opportunities to share this music that moves through me. I feel much more alive now, and I see the light in all those around me more clearly and consistently. My practices feel more potent and powerful, and I feel I am a much more open conduit for the inherent divinity within to shine through. It has been revealed to me that my path with 5-MeO DMT is not quite over just yet. However, I am content to receive the fullness of this experience and to not be in a rush to get to the next one. An integration circle was offered at the end of the week of deep dive circles that was crucial to my own process. I was able to acknowledge the addict mind that just wanted to do it again, and hearing the singular and intimately personal ways in which each person described their experience that reminded me that this was a moment in time that would remain forever unique unto itself, for me and me alone. Writing this account has also been a part of my own process, and I can only hope that the sharing of it will in some way serve in the field of collective consciousness. My non-dual experience. A trip report by Curator, posted to the 5-MeO DMT forums, May 28, 2019. 5-MeO DMT helped me have the most sublime human experience I've encountered up to this moment. This is not an endorsement or suggestion to do it though. The following is only my experience. More than a year, my journey through life has been in a pursuit to realize healing from a tragedy no parent should have to endure. My desire was to experience the sacred in such a way that would restore my faith in life and inspire me to keep living it happily. When I started, a little over a year ago, I didn't know smoking the crystallized venom of an animal was even a thing, let alone might produce a difference in point of view that would forever change the way I think and feel about and navigate in life. That said, it was such a short experience, a very big one, but lasting only 10 minutes. Add another 10 minutes for gently reintegrating into my body, and enjoying the sensation makes it about 20 minutes total. I did exactly as my guide told me to do. He explained for some time what I might expect during the experience, how I might help if things got too intense, and even how to draw the smoke from the water pipe, given his years of personal experience and of tending others. He told me to do nothing if I encountered anything, to just let it happen and be as still and relaxed and open as I can. As I inhaled all I could hold of the smoke from the pipe, I released the pipe into his hands and deliberately lay my head back on the pillow at the end of the mat. As soon as I did this, a massive sensation of the deepest relaxation I've ever felt came over me. My body exhaled and sighed, as it was too much effort to hold the breath in any longer. The sense of me or I began to fall away. A humming sound or sensation, not loud or soft, was present, and there was an awareness of geometric shapes and lines whisking past the mind's eye, as if being sucked into a tunnel and picking up speed. There may have been a slight sense of fear, but from that moment in memory, there was only becoming aware of being in a place of absolutely pure, brilliant white. I can't say it was light, but I will call it that, since there seemed to be no origin or point of beginning or direction or end. It was all around, and the point of reference was from something like within. There was nothing. No feelings, no thoughts, no sound, anything. Yet, there was a sense of perfect contentment. I must have been on my way back, since I started to notice my hands and arms. I lifted them up and saw nothing more than silhouettes and now my eyes are feeling like they are wide open. As I look at this white, I suddenly inhale as if seeing the most magnificent thing I've ever gazed upon. In my periphery, my hands looked abnormal, like they had fewer fingers and they were longer. I made no effort to look closer, but continued to gaze at the center. The sensation seemed like awe. You could say I gasped, but softer and slower, with wonder and surprise. The kind of wonder a child would have opening a present never imagined receiving, but being so grateful upon opening you could see that this was an experience of a new sense of joy, deeper than anything the child had ever felt before. Gratitude and joy were all that existed now. As I perceived my hands, which didn't feel like my hands at all, but I felt a part of them surrounded in an orb of light that was hardly distinguishable by an almost imperceptible line defining the orb. It was like balancing the orb in the middle of the hands. As I moved them, like a movement in Tai Chi, I inhaled in wonder again, as if I just became aware that this was the universe or Earth itself. It is all light, and is being loved on and held in the space of love, since it is love itself, beyond understanding. This is what causes this phenomenon to occur and be sustained. That was my sense of understanding. Nothing mattered, yet it is all loved, beyond understanding, which makes it all possible and acceptable. I was in this state of bliss for the remainder of my time. I felt nothing but infinite joy and gratitude, and then love itself moved through me, causing my body to weep gently as I continued to stay with this light as long as I could. The moment I noticed being hooked by any emotion or thought, I would simply and gently bring my awareness back to the light again, and would feel or notice the blissful state. I was calm and happy. I began to become aware of my guide, and feeling so moved, I reached for his hand in a gesture of thanks. I gently squeezed his hand, belly giggled, held it long enough for him to know that all was well, and released it, placing my arm back on the floor with my palms up. He'd been quietly at my side the entire time, a perfect shepherd. I felt a deep and profound sense of love and appreciation for him. Shortly after this, I sensed him move on to the kitchen. He knew I was safe and started to prepare our meal. I was experiencing the greatest sense of ecstasy my body could tolerate, and wept gently, all the while keeping my focus in on the white. My thoughts were few, and I found myself just noticing and appreciating. My breath was relaxed and deep, and I felt a bliss beyond anything I've ever experienced prior. There were no entities present, there was no thought, and as for emotional states, what I think I was experiencing was the awareness of these but not getting attached to anything in particular. This was glory. This was beauty. And the essence I sensed was that this is life and it is on purpose, and that is all it needs to be. It was the simplest of ideas, that life itself is the only purpose. I thought that this must be heaven, and wished it could last, but I knew I was re-entering the normal state of being, and gently touched my face with my fingers. They were cool, and when I did, I had the sense that I was alive, and I felt a new sense of gratitude for my own life. It was invigorating, and I felt more alive than ever. Again, gratitude. Again, joy. I belly laughed from deep within. As I write this, it makes me smile and chuckle. I'm happy to believe that what I experienced might be what it's like after this body breathes no more. I think I got what I wanted from this, and then some. I gave a big smile and a chuckle. This was the most beautiful experience I've ever had so far in this body. But I must leave a disclaimer. 5-MeO DMT is not for everyone, and my experience may not be typical. This is not like my mushroom or ayahuasca experiences whatsoever. I've not been able to reach a point of separation from the ego in those experiences. They come on slower, and for me, there's always been a point of reference from my ego going deeper, and then a resistance. In this experience though, the opposite seemed true. When I fully inhaled, there was no turning back in any way. Once I felt it come on, there was no time for bargaining. I was already gone. I guess you could liken it to hiking up a mountain and summiting after the climb, ingesting ayahuasca or mushrooms. But this was like being flown to the summit blindfolded first, and then becoming aware when at the summit. Then after, it was a matter of riding the descent smoothly. That's kind of what it was like for me anyway. I also think what added to my experience was that as a result of 22 years of practicing letting go of my ego, as well as meditation practices, emotional cathartic work, ordeal processes, sensory deprivation, some decent awareness of Eastern thought and belief and practice, and more than a few psychedelic experiences which have been intentional. That stated though, I might have just been lucky. But, maybe most important was my guide. I cannot say enough about his expertise and love really, and thoughtfulness. I think he would do it for free if he didn't have any expenses, and now I know why. My God. If I'd only known earlier in my life this kind of experience were possible. I am positive that his long personal experience with this substance and his experience guiding others is the other main reason I had this type of experience. From vetting appropriate clients, this method is not for everyone, to preparation as to set and setting, an amount to use and delivery system, which all help make this experience possible. If you do decide this is for you, please invest the time in researching about it, and please find yourself a guide. The Subtle Steamroller, a 5-MeO-DMT trip report, posted by Connexion to earwid.org, June 16th, 2009. After smoking 5-MeO-DMT a couple of times, I've been wanting to insufflate it, having heard and read so many fantastical things about it, ranging from torturously frightening experiences to heavenly bliss. Finding myself rather free of obligations and at home alone on a Friday afternoon, I decided to give it a shot. My use of psychedelics is primarily for therapeutic purposes, although, no doubt, they've provided for some good recreational times as well in the past. I've been feeling kind of down on myself lately, so today I decided to dig deep and see what might be bothering me. Unlike my older batch of 5-MeO-DMT, which was a creamy colour, this sample was bright snow white, almost sugary. It was crisp, evenly sized, in tiny crystals. I cut up 5 milligrams on the dining room table, weighed with concentration and diligence on a milligram scale. I then snorted up my left nostril with trepidation at 2:10 p.m. The experience unfolds as follows. 2:13. First alerts and rapidly moving to a +1. The nasal burn is rather nasty, but not quite as ferocious as 2CE. It smells like DMT, but a lot milder, which I'm thankful for. Strangely enough, the smell of DMT always reminds me of my grade-3 teacher, Mrs. Simpson, who suffered from an insane and disagreeable case of halitosis. She could make eyes water at 20 paces. Wow. After only 5 minutes, I'm already feeling sleepy and relaxed, dreamy and confused. My nose hurts, and my head feels full of, well, I'm not actually sure. I just know it's time to lay down. 2:20. I lay on the couch, one eye cocked strategically towards the painting on the wall, relishing in the fact that the pain in my nostrils is subsiding. I'm still feeling very lightheaded, dizzy and disoriented. This come-up has been a little rough and rocky, but I've felt worse on various other substances. I'm quite twitchy, and points on my face are spasming sporadically. My lips, cheeks, eyelid. It's a little distracting to say the least. I notice that despite my amped up condition, my heart is beating normally, thank God. I drag myself up to write some notes, fighting the urge to do nothing. Typing is easy, almost easier than usual, which really is strange because I feel totally disconnected and disoriented. But my fingers, they seem to be working quite well. The rest of my body feels like it's immersed in agave syrup. Weird. I feel a sting on the top of my head where I had an acupuncture needle inserted a few hours ago. There's not much happening visually, but things do look different. Similar to the way things look when I stand up too fast and feel faint. But right now, I don't feel faint at all. There isn't much in the way of closed-eye visuals either. I'm listening to Boards of Canada, which I must recommend for psychedelic travelling, by the way. Music doesn't sound better or worse, just the same. I feel a little sick and shaky, but not too bad. I'm still very sleepy and dreamy though, so I go to lie down on the couch again. At 2:30, things have definitely peaked, and I'm slowly returning to the mundane condition of everyday reality. I still feel dreamy and drugged, but nothing noteworthy is happening, and this is something of a disappointment, because I'm in the mood to be moved. I consider that going deeper wouldn't be such a bad thing, and I ponder doing more. I'm reluctant to endure that terrible nasal burn again. Oh well, fuck it. I'll do a bit more. 2:40. I found it surprisingly easy to operate my scale and carefully measure out my next dose. I snort another 5 milligrams. Yes, still a crappy burn. Ugh. Within 3 minutes, I'm coming back up. Harder. Yeah, much harder this time. I stagger to the couch and flop myself down. A warm, tingling flush setting across my skin from head to toe. Time passes. It's 2:57 now, and I'm coming back to Earth. Whoa, that was pretty intense. I'm able to type at this point, but would have been quite challenging 5 minutes ago. I convey the experience as follows. I found myself swirling through a dreamy, squishy, reality-bending place. The Boards of Canada were providing the perfect backdrop to the experience, and the music has begun to merge with all of my senses. This is unlike any other psychedelic. It's very physical. I feel like I'm in a meat grinder of sorts. My body twisting and churning through space. Although that metaphor sounds scary and uncomfortable, it is neither. I'm mostly indifferent to the physical sensations at this minute. There's a great deal of movement in my visual field, but there's little or no colour. A monochrome, morphing multiscape. Twisting and turning geometric shapes dominate my vision. But that raises the point that these aren't really visuals, so much as visions. I'm not seeing with my eyes necessarily, but rather I'm seeing with my mind's eye. My autonomic nervous system is depressed, and I must repeatedly remind myself to breathe. Most interesting is that through all of this, there is a sober part of me, an observer, sitting nearby and able to think with perfect clarity. It's as if I'm split in two, one part of me swirling through a haze of obscurity, while the other half of me sits by like a semi-concerned psychoanalyst, one leg crossed over the other, scribbling notes in a small white notebook. This sober self encourages me to stay calm through what at times are challenging moments, what at times are slightly frightening. Although immersed at this point, I am still unsatisfied. There are many strange feelings, but nothing of any meaning. Nothing that amounts to anything more interesting than a detached, disembodied delirium. 3:06. I return sluggishly to the computer to type, which, again, I find surprisingly easy to do. My whole head is swimming, but 3 of my 8 fingers accurately dance across the keyboard, punching out words with lightning speed. I have minor open-eye visuals, not unlike the onset of DMT, where colours are brighter and everything is clearly outlined and plastic-looking. Everything is pixelated, and I feel anaesthetised to a degree, but there is quite a lot of tension and pain throughout my body, which I guess is not unusual for me, so I stand up and stretch my aching muscles. I hang limply, bent at the waist, and release much of the tension, feeling a much-needed pull through my legs, lower back, and between my shoulder blades. It is at this very moment that some of the very therapeutic effects start to take place. Indeed, I suffer from chronic pain, and I begin to see that it is at least partially a manifestation of my inner psychological unrest. This idea comes to me with great clarity, and I realise I am not taking an active enough role in dealing with this pain. I should be exercising more, and perhaps meditating to achieve deeper states of relaxation. I then think of an employee of mine who works very hard, and I realise I probably don't give him the positive feedback that he deserves. I take him for granted. After this thought, I scurry to the kitchen to write myself a reminder to rectify this when he returns from his vacation. I also realise that my work wardrobe is getting shabby. In an effort to minimise my impact on the earth, I try to get the most mileage as possible out of my clothes, but I probably need to bite the bullet and get some new ones at some point. For all the work I do to minimise my impact on the earth, perhaps I can afford myself this small token of self-appreciation. Yes, what mind medicine this is. There's more to this, but I'll save you from the personal details. I decide to myself in this moment that I really should do this more often, but now I'm suddenly struck with the munchies. 3:48. I've been on a linear, easygoing come-down for the past 45 minutes, and I spent this time satisfying my munchies with an evil bowl of Doritos and pondering my life condition. I feel no ill effects as the drug departs my body, as I would for sure if I were coming down from, say, 2CE. By now, I'm almost down to baseline, and I return to my office work with renewed vigour. I take a break to stroll off down the road to pick up my mail, and talk about a movie with a very good friend on the telephone. The sun is bright and warm on this fine spring day in Spongleville. At 4:30 I'm completely straightened out, and no come down to speak of. No tension, no pain, no jitters, no lack of appetite either, and no cracked out feeling that I usually get from psychedelics. I simply feel wonderful and giddy. I begin to prepare a homemade pizza for my love, who is returning home from work shortly. I smile reassuredly to myself as I work. I'm happy and excited to share my experience with her. In conclusion, this definitely lived up to all of my expectations, although it left many questions unanswered. 5-MeO-DMT provides great therapeutic benefit, and I look very forward to doing it again soon. This was not a recreational experience for me at all. I couldn't label it as fun, but it was rewarding and enlightening. I don't suspect the DEA is particularly concerned with this one. The strange, intense, and sometimes uncomfortable effects of this material will make its use self-limiting for sure. File this one under medicine. No doubt, 5 milligrams was not enough. 10 milligrams, though, was adequate. I could have gone deeper, and next time will increase my dose to 7 + 7. Splitting the dose was a good idea as well, I think it smoothed out the come-up somewhat and allowed me to transition into the deeper experience with greater ease. I have no doubt that in larger doses, this medicine could serve me with the terror I've read so much about, and at times have felt in the past myself. The ominous power of 5-MeO-DMT is well understood by this meek and humble traveller. I will proceed with great caution and respect in the future. To be honest, I can only thank a higher intelligence, perhaps God, for providing these gateways to higher consciousness. The night when I died from 5-MeO, hosted by a similar competition to the 5-MeO-DMT subreddit over 1 year ago. I'll try to make my long story short. I've always been a seeker of the unanswerable questions concerning my existence. What is life? Why am I here? What happens to my thoughts after death? I struggle with suicidal thoughts, but at the same time, I'm afraid of dying and hurting my family. The thought that I end up in an even worse reality than the one I already experienced today also scares me. I cannot explain it other than that I am stuck in myself and that I am unhappy with my situation. After reading up on the subject of 5-MeO, I decided to acquire it via the dark web. This was the only way for me to get hold of this chemical. One could claim that I took a rough and careless gamble and kind of played Russian roulette by procuring the chemical from an unknown source. But that's where I was in life at the moment, and the only way for me to get hold of 5-MeO at all. I acquired all the necessary tools to achieve the perfect breakthrough after reading and searching on it online. Everything from the most advanced mod to a professional milligram scale, all to achieve the best possible result. I planned everything down to the smallest detail. Cleaned my apartment, took a shower, put on clean clothes in case something went wrong and someone would find me deceased. I'd even planned in exactly what time I would inhale the chemical. All this I would do by myself, without informing anyone about my plans. I loaded my vape with exactly 15 milligrams of MEO. I took 3 deep hits and kept them in my lungs for as long as possible. It didn't even take more than a few seconds before my vision cracked like plexiglass, and I fell within myself so deep into darkness and loneliness, and died. The feeling of dying was shocking to say the least. I had no previous memory of dying, but as soon as I died, I immediately recognised the feeling for some reason. It was such a shock and sadness to feel death, but I could do nothing but accept it. I can describe the feeling of dying in the way of that I fell backwards within my own consciousness so deep it is the most quiet and dark place I've ever experienced. It felt like I was rocked into the deep oceans, and my thought that I've just died was dissolved, and I really died and stopped existing. I do not know for how long I was dead or unconscious, but after a while, something extraordinary happened. The source of all intelligence revealed itself out of nothingness. It was the core of all knowledge. When this became known to the awakened conscious, the consciousness realised what it was immediately. Just like that feeling of knowing what it feels like to die, even though you've never died before. I do not even remember taking the chemical at this stage. I cannot explain the intelligence in words or pictures. I don't even know how this force showed its presence because I had no eyes or self-awareness to look at what I experienced. Call it telepathic, if you will. I was just nothing at that point. Conscious but not aware of myself or who I was, no matter how paradoxical it may sound. I was experiencing everything without knowing who I was, and that is the only way I can explain it. This force sat on all knowledge of all creation, time and space. It wanted to show so much information and energy at one time that it became frightening and far too overwhelming to even be able to understand or take in all the information at once. The feeling became so overwhelming and unpleasant that it gave the feeling of, let me go, that's enough now, just stop it. After that, everything dissolved into blackness again. Time didn't seem to exist during any one of these experiences. Afterwards, nothingness shifted into a reality, and I started to get small awareness of what I can call myself again, but still not me, more like me in a dream. I am now in a crowded and mechanical space. The surroundings are perceived as metallic and old. I get a feeling that can be described as a rusty submarine or a spaceship. I don't know how, but for some reason, I perceive it as cohabiting with several different variants of myself. I experience it as a hologramic existence, where I as an observer am with different variants of me at the same time. I still can't remember taking the chemical at this stage. I can only take in what I feel and see as if I can only be aware, but at the same time have forgotten who I am. After a while, one of the variants asks if it will ever be okay again. Will everything be fine? And after a while, an answer is given that everyone gets at the same time. We will manage, and everything will be just fine. I then went on to experience the most euphoric happiness I have ever felt in my entire life. It becomes such a hysterical happiness that it becomes almost perverse. Such a hysterical joy that cannot be described in words whatsoever. It was like winning the lottery 1,000 billion times over and over again. But after a while, everything disappears again. I'm starting to become conscious in this reality. The next thing I remember is how I feel my heart beating for the first time, as if I've forgotten how it feels to feel my heart beat inside of me, really feeling how it is pumping for the first time. Slowly but surely, I feel how blood begins to flow out from my heart into the veins. I feel how cold blood travels through all the passages. After a while, I realise that I have arms, that I have legs. I feel I now have a body and a stomach. I'm starting to feel a hard pressure all over my stomach as well. It is now that I wake up and realise what I have done, and that I am lying completely flat on my stomach, with arms and legs completely extended to the floor like a flat frog. I've woken up, and I am slowly but surely beginning to realise what has just happened to me. When I looked at my phone to know what time it was, for some odd reason it had cracked during my trip in the middle of the screen. It was like if someone had shot it with a BB gun. And the weirdest thing is that there were no sharp or hard items around the bed area that could have done that damage. About 50 minutes had passed from the time I took the hits initially. I was gone for almost an hour. The experience never gave me a sense of time. It didn't exist until I woke back up again in this reality. Now, what did I learn from this experience exactly? I'm actually still learning from this trip and reflecting on it all. Sometimes I wonder, what if I really did die in that old reality, woke up into this new one? An alternate version of the old one with the wisdom of knowing how it feels to die. It's just a thought, but still a disturbing one. The only thing I can do from now on is hope that it is true what was said, that everything will work out, everything will be fine. In order for me to know all the answers I'm looking for, I probably must die again. And I'm not ready to go through that again to research those answers, at least not today. I'm still afraid of dying, and the life I woke up to has in many ways become even darker than the one I had before the 5-MeO experience. But hey, it will be okay. Everything will be just fine. I went to hell and got kicked out. A 5-MeO DMT trip report, sent in by a subscriber. I'm a 28-year-old psychonaut with a lot of experience with LSD, salvia and psilocybin. I had my first experience of LSD in high school, and mushrooms not too much later. I've taken very large doses of each throughout my life, so it's safe to say that I have a strong respect for hallucinogens. So in that respect, I don't search out substances, and I rather let them come to me. I remember a friend long ago saying that about DMT, so I never sought it out. But one day at work, I got talking to my friend about it, and told him that I've always wanted to try it, but that I can't search it out. He then went to his car, and came back with a cartridge, looking just like the cartridges for marijuana pens, and said, "Here you go, buddy, there should be enough in there for a couple of trips." And just like that, I was the proud owner of some 5-MeO DMT. I got home and pondered at it, knowing that it's much stronger than anything I've ever done in my life. It made me quite nervous, so I put it away for a couple of days. But each day that I had it, I did more and more research and decided it would probably be best to have a trip sitter. I asked my neighbour if he'd join me on this adventure, as it was his first time trying it too. So we go over to his place, and I'm doing my best to keep my nerves down. So I ask him if he wants to go first, and he enthusiastically says, "Hell yeah." So he sits down in his chair and I tell him, "Alright, everyone says try to take 3 big hits and hold them in." So he takes the first one, coughs, then takes one more before dropping the pen and starts giggling like a little boy who just got away with something. This continues for about 10 to 15 minutes. When he came to, all he said was, "Man, you gotta try that stuff." But if you remember, I'm still really nervous at this point. I'm trying to calm my nerves by drinking a load of beer, and it works, but was ultimately a terrible decision, as you'll come to find out. I sit down in the chair and start doing some meditation breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth. I do this for several minutes to try and prepare myself. I take a couple last drinks of my beer, and then take my first hit, as big as I could, but I ended up choking on the unexpected burn and plastic-like flavour, and immediately went back for a second hit. This was just as big as my first hit, and I held it in for a long time. And in that very moment, it started. I remember trying to put the pen down or take another hit, but that's when everything just exploded. I was looking at this standing glass cabinet in the living room, and it exploded into thousands or even millions of different dimensions in the shape of a giant cathedral, all looking into the same room. I could see myself in each and every one of these dimensions, looking back at myself with the same shock and awe that I was feeling. I could see my friend as well, and I could see his sister, their dog, every detail of the room. It was expanding infinitely with each passing fraction of a second. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like all of a sudden I understood all the many possibilities of life. All I could get out of my mouth was, "Wow." And this is when things get really crazy. All of a sudden, my chair started heating up so hot that I could feel it burning me. But it wasn't like a painful burn, more like a vibrating heat from far down somewhere below. Here we go, I just remember thinking. And all of a sudden, I was falling, surrounded by a sea of darkness, with bright colours in the pitch black abyss. This was followed by a bright flash of something. It felt like I hit the ground, but I was aware that I was still sitting in the chair back at my neighbour's house. So how could I have hit the ground at all? I was confused and started looking around. I was in a place with a bright orange background, almost like flames, and I could feel that I was not alone here. Within a millisecond of that thought, all of a sudden, 2 creatures or entities, looking like smashed cartoonish gizmos, one of them reddish-orange and the other green and silver, came at me yelling,
"Hey, you're not supposed to be here."
And the other one chiming in saying,
"Yeah, why are you here?"
Followed by more of them that I had not previously seen ridiculing me for being an alcoholic, telling me to get out and get clean. Within that split millisecond, I was launched faster than the speed of light back to my chair, throwing up in a trash can that was very well placed beside it. But I'm still not fully back yet. I'm aware that I'm sitting in a chair throwing up, but it was like I was watching it from someone else's body. All I could do was profusely apologise. I wasn't sure if I was apologising to my neighbour, or apologising for intruding to the small smashed gizmo-like creatures, but for about 5 minutes all I could say is, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." I just stayed in that position, which felt like an eternity, until I was finally able to open my eyes, still apologising, realising what happened and immediately started trying to clean my mess, while still being clearly out of it. I assumed my trip only lasted seconds, but it felt like forever. When I fully came back to, I'd already cleaned everything up. I couldn't really remember what had happened, but after some time of reflecting on what I could remember, I really think that where I ended up might be what people call hell. But I wasn't actually afraid. It felt serene and powerful. However, the falling through of a chair of fire wasn't so fun. It felt safe for a second, then all of a sudden very uncomfortable and humiliating. There are no words to describe what happened, and I hope I was able to share my experience in a way that's helpful in understanding this miraculous drug. My experience didn't make me afraid of it, but it has given me an understanding of something far beyond what I believe we are able to comprehend. In the months after this, I've been much more aware of consciousness and how I feel, and I'm now trying to quit drinking so regularly. I will go back again at some point. I feel like I spent a lifetime there, but also just a blink. You're almost ready. A 5-MeO DMT trip report, posted to earwid.org by DJ for Funsies on November 30th, 2011. I feel it should be stated that I'm on a 10 mg a day of sertraline hydrochloride, a common SSRI. However, I don't feel that it affected my experience at all. This will be the most comprehensive and detailed recollection my brain can produce to me. Friends have asked how I could remember so much when they couldn't, and to be honest, I couldn't answer them. I, personally, feel it is because of my natural photographic memory and obsessiveness and preparedness that I was prepared to take it all in. This is my first ever written report for any of my drug experiences. I'm feeling compelled to write it after the experience I recently, last night, had with 5-MeO DMT. As does everyone who does DMT, I consider myself an experienced tripper with many LSD, psilocybin, amanita, salvia, DXM, MDMA, MDA, and many combinations of all of them together. This experience, however, was a greater experience than any feeling I had ever had come over me during the highest peak or sharpest part of any trip before, or even greater than any body load I've ever felt from amphetamines. I recently grew incredibly curious about DMT, and especially 5-MeO DMT, as it seemed to have a far greater enlightening effect to it. This was exactly what I've always been looking for in a psychedelic drug. I've always wanted to take something from a trip, or have learned something new during the experience and have yet to truly have it happen. Over 3 days, I read damn near every single one of the DMT and 5-MeO vault reports here at Earwid, and was enthralled by what the drug seemed to do. Enlighten. It was after I read a specific report that I decided this would be the last psychedelic I will use, and even now, the next day, I still feel the same. As soon as I knew of a very close friend who had some, I immediately met up with him and explained to him my feelings. Being as good of a friend as he is, he gladly obliged me, and we left the party we were at and proceeded to his apartment. Once there, we turned off all the lights but his one tri-light. It had a green, yellow and red light on it, and put on his stereo at a mildly audible level. I put a Tempur-Pedic mattress topper up against the wall, and sat down upon it and picked Radiohead's Nude as my trip song. It proved useless though, as I will explain. The DMT my friend had procured was a very light, fluffy white powder, a crystalline material that immediately disappeared as soon as it touched skin, and tingled wherever it touched. It was inside of the quick dissolve gel caps and was sticking to the plastic. He told me that each one was supposed to be 1 dose, and each one was $10, so I assumed it to be 10 milligrams. We put just barely enough cannabis in the bottom of his glass hand bowl to form a cover over the hole. We gingerly took off the top of the gel cap, which proved difficult as it disturbed the shards at the bottom greatly. We then dumped it right into the bowl, and it poured to cover the whole thing. I laid back on the mattress and pressed play and held the bowl to my lips. I held the lighter over it so it all melted down into a blackish, may have just looked black due to the lack of light and or shadow, goop over it. I then lit almost the entire bowl in one hit, and pulled as hard as I could, trying immensely to avoid pulling my adventure onto my teeth. I immediately tasted the metallic and unnatural. It was very hard to hold in, as I'd lit some resin and it was hurting my lungs. As soon as the smoke hit my lungs, the brick wall I was facing immediately started rippling, as if it was the surface of a body of water. It was rippling all along with Tom York of Radiohead's voice. As he hummed, it was changing how fast the ripples went. I exhaled the first hit, and I saw the smoke flow right out of my mouth and straight out to the brick wall in front of me, and into a black hole in the wall I hadn't noticed before. In the brief second between my hits, which felt like a whole experience in itself, I closed my eyes and felt every feeling I had inside of my brain that I had ever felt come into me. It would start in my big toe and little toe on each foot, and then I felt each feeling spread into each of my toes individually, and they immediately flew up into my body. At first I was able to keep up and identify them and enjoy them separately, but suddenly they sped up and I was unable to interpret it, and it just felt as though my body was full of every feeling I could think of. I even started to feel some of my negative aspects coming in, such as anxiety and panic, but once I did, I smiled, and they were immediately flushed away with happiness. I opened my eyes, and my friend held the bowl to my mouth for me to hit it a second time, but I was barely able to. I fell forward when I tried, and he helped me make sure to get the hit. As I was holding in the smoke, I was watching the whole room start to spin clockwise around the hole my hit blew into. I was watching the light flow from the different light bulbs, and each stream went and expanded incredibly fast, but I was able to see all of them at all times. They were bouncing off of the walls and into and out of each other, making different colours pulse in front of me. I'd forgotten about the hit in my lungs. I breathed it out and watched as the smoke pulled the entire room into the black hole in the wall. The lamp got pulled into the hole before the flowing light did. After the lamp got sucked in, the walls were gone, and the radio was still circling. I could see Tom York's voice as a colour in the vortex, and it got sucked in moments before the radio did. I got very confused when all that was left in the room was the colour, because it was moving fast enough to avoid the hole. However, I don't know whether I closed my eyes or the hole got powerful enough to suck in the light, but suddenly I was just watching patterns flow in front of me. They were all very intricate, and every time I began to understand what one was, it would change, causing me a lot of frustration. I felt cheated. They were just layers of the patterns from the top of my vision to the bottom, each layer different and constantly changing, and I felt incredibly overwhelmed and minuscule, and was longing to be able to be a part of it and understand them fully. It was what I had been wanting all along. At that point, either I actually opened my physical eyes, or my consciousness opened its eyes. But what happened next, I was seeing with truly open eyes, whether they be spiritual or physical. Also, as this gets described, it all sounds very slow moving, but I assure you, it felt as though it was all happening incredibly quickly, and my brain was struggling to keep up with all of these sensations and sights, and in retrospect, can be examined much deeper than during the experience. I opened my eyes to see triangles flying around an almost completely domed room. It was what being inside of a perfectly rounded igloo is like. When I opened my eyes, I saw the last triangle go into place. However, these were not regular triangles. Among their 3 equilateral sides, they had a sort of extra dimension to them. Not just a dimension as in depth, but as if they were in more than one dimension at the same time. They were all constantly shifting, and what colour they were was shifting as well, but there was never a hole. I was wondering in complete awe how they were able to do it. As I was beginning to explore the room I was in and develop questions, I began to hear a voice. This wasn't just any voice, however. It was my girlfriend's. It was my girlfriend of 4 years, whom I have no question will be my wife for the rest of my life. The minute I heard her voice, the feeling in my toes came back as I was looking around. This time it was an extreme amount of love flowing through me, and I wanted to cry but couldn't at the time. She said a single word to me, smile, in a very sweet voice. and so I did immediately. While smiling, I noticed that every triangle I smiled at turned a darker green. I don't know and couldn't figure out then what it was doing to the triangle, but it turned a darker green and became much more single-dimensional, as if I was merely in a room now. I felt better and better as I did this, so I continued through all of them, and soon the whole place was a dark green room that I felt very much a part of, and could suddenly sense something or some people outside of it. It wasn't like I could see silhouettes or anything, I merely was feeling these intense presences outside of the room that were all impressing themselves upon me independently, and at the same time. I couldn't see them or hear them in any way, but I could feel the immense amount of energy on the other side of the room, as if I was in an egg waiting to open. I could feel my girlfriend's presence again, and discern that hers was one of the presences outside. I felt a great yearning grow in me to get out there, and I felt a shift in the energy outside of the room. It was as if they felt or took notice of my desire and love, and turned their attention to me. I felt the presences examining me both inside and out. My gaze drifted to my chest, and I could feel their presence like spotlights on me, and inside of my brain. They were looking through the information inside my brain, as if checking for something or checking the preparedness. As they would examine an experience, I would feel it as well, as if they were replaying it inside of me. Several of the things they looked through involved my girlfriend and I, and drug experiences we had together, such as our LSD, mushrooms, MDMA, and just sober adventures we had together as well. They seemed to be measuring how much I loved her in all of these situations, and in different meaningful moments we had together. Then, I felt a wave of relief flow over my body, as if they were lessening their gaze into me. Immediately after this, I felt the strongest impression in my girlfriend's presence again. Her energy and consciousness were just on the outside of the room. I could feel it, and she was with the others as well. They seemed more and more familiar, as suddenly the experience began to slow down immensely. I felt as though I had been there for hours, and suddenly my girlfriend's voice made its last appearance, with her taunting and awe-inspiring. "You're almost ready." However, it was a very soft yaw, and the almost had such an angst, and imagine the feeling right before you sneeze, but then don't. The word had that feeling behind it, causing my body to feel the magnitude of how close I was to being ready to meet them, and be with them again, and followed by a very confident sounding ready. At this point in time, my experience was completely slowed down. I was just wondering what I should be doing, and suddenly, I heard my friend's girlfriend say the words, "Look how big his smile is." And when I turned my head over there, the egg finally broke, but to my immediate dismay, it was to a reality that I knew far too well. Once I was back in the apartment, I just closed my eyes to try and relish the remaining closed-eye visuals I was getting from the drug, and enjoy the remaining body rush that lasted. The swirls of patterns just felt as though I'd eaten a large amount of mushrooms, and the body rush was akin to a small dose of MDA. After mine and my friend's experiences that night, there was always another hit left in the bowl that was used to just keep the afterglow going for a small time longer. I then noticed it was quite late. I stayed with my friend at his apartment until I'd reached my baseline, and then headed home to sleep. But I had a less than resting sleep, and I've been sort of in a fog today. Overall, I am very happy with the experience, and it was exactly what I was wanting from a 5-MeO DMT trip. I wanted to experience something that was a totally foreign reality, and to be able to take something away from the experience. Though I experienced the first of those two objectives, it is my understanding that the latter is obtained once one breaks through the chrysanthemum, or my green triangle dimension dome room. I chalk this up to me not being able to keep a hold of reality long enough to get the third good toke. I do wish I'd been able to get the third one, and been able to accomplish my mission in one experience. But alas, now I have a reason to do it again. I received the message. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by 5NEO, posted to earwid.org October 31st, 2017. Dosage, 40 milligrams. Earwid note, the dose described in this report is very high and potentially beyond Earwid's heavy range and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted extreme effects. Sometimes, extremely high doses reported are errors rather than actual doses used. So before I even begin to attempt this, allow me to make a few disclaimers. 1. I didn't want to write this. The idea of trying to put into words the experiences I've had with this substance is so absurd that you could only understand how absurd it is if you've been there. I know that's cliche, and a lot of what I'm going to say will be, and hard to believe also. I'm opening myself up to criticism here, and it's absolutely true, and I don't need to embellish. I couldn't have made this up. 2. The doses of which I'll be reporting on, I've since come out to find, are far too much, possibly unsafe, and I do not recommend anyone trying it. However, that reason alone is why I am writing about them. And 3. When I took this medicine, I respected it. I set clear intentions and meditated before taking it. That is important and will influence the experience I have. Now, let's begin the fun part. I was in Mexico at a little gated community, where some shamanic medicine men practice that I met through what I thought at the time was mere luck. They told me about this modern to ancient medicine from the Sonoran desert toads, and that I could meet God. I was skeptical. I wasn't an atheist, but was definitely agnostic. However, the idea of meeting this big guy in the sky piqued my interest, so I agreed to give it a go. We were in a beachfront mansion, and they left me on the upper floor while the shaman went to prepare the space in the medicine. Sometime later, she emerged requesting me to follow. I obliged and entered what would become a sacred space. She instructed me to set clear intentions and meditate before we began. As she wafted sage around me in the space we occupied for the moment, I spoke to the medicine. I will respect you and allow you to do with me what needs to be done. I need to reconnect with the Grand Creator and my own creativity. And then I meditated. I was nervous, but I'd never heard of this type of DMT before, and didn't really anticipate or believe what was about to happen was even possible. Just to add a little context to what I said here, for those that don't know, 5-MeO DMT, despite being somewhat comparable in effects to DMT, is actually substantially more potent and shouldn't be confused with regular NN-DMT, despite both of them being psychedelic tryptamines. Okay, she said, and I opened my eyes to see the pipe was ready to go and about 5 inches from my face. There was no turning back now, and the next motions I made almost felt robotic, like I wasn't even choosing to do it. I was scared, but somehow something was moving me to the pipe. She lit a torch and held it to the pipe, and I could hear a crackle, and she put it to my lips. Breathe slowly, she said, like sucking through a straw. I thought I'd gotten it all, and then, get the last little bit, she said. And so I did. I sucked one last time with all I had, filling my lungs as far as I could. I held it as she counted to 10. By this point, 10 seconds in, she had to remind me to exhale. When I did, I saw fractals in the smoke, and a golden yellow haze began to fill my vision from the outside in. This happens every time I vaporize 40 milligrams. I then laid back with my head on the pillow, and instantly blasted off. What the shaman watched was me lie motionless with my eyes closed and a smile from ear to ear for 20 minutes. What I saw was a tunnel of light and colour that whirled around me as I blasted into the great void. Within moments, the veil was lifted, and I'd popped into the anti-gravital void and was staring at a light brighter than bright. It was white if I had to put it in terms people understand, but there were other colours involved, and they were in motion. It was sort of like looking at oil on a pavement. There's a colour, but it's more than one. It's tough to describe. It's actually describing the quality of being iridescent, if you didn't know. There are colours in this that most people haven't even seen, and until you do, that seems impossible, I know. By this point, any shred of who I was had dissolved. I didn't have a name, a body, a mind, nothing. And to my knowledge, I never had. It was freeing in some sense, but I felt a desire to enter this light. Before I could, something had to destroy what was left of me. I had to die. I accepted that, and something struck me, as if I were a window pane and a bolt of electricity flicked me, and I shattered into a trillion of the most intricate fractals I've ever seen. And then I entered it. It was love, foremost, but also forgiveness, compassion, joy, youthful, but also ancient. It was comforting and familiar. It was ecstasy. It was nirvana. In this place, there was no separation. It was complete unity with everything, and had always been that way. This was God, and I had received that message, not through language or telepathy, but just inherently receiving the message that this was God, and that this is where souls come from and return to. I also had a vision of Africa. I believe there were other visions, but I can't recall them now. I just never wanted to leave this space. And then, before I knew it, bam, I was back in the prison of my body. But now, I had the message. This world we live in is false, a construct of our own creation. And I had learnt that God is in us and we are in God, all the time. I am you and you are me, and we always have been. We are the stardust and water, the mountains and the beaches. And what we see in front of our eyes is no more real than the dreams we have at night. I'm no longer afraid to die now. Death is the beginning of the real adventure. Just a little heads up for those of you who are a little bit squeamish in the audience. This report describes 5-MeO-DMT being used whilst under the effects of flesh hook pulling or body suspension, which is the act of rigging a human body to hang from implements that have been placed through temporary perforations in the skin. It's actually been done throughout history, like dating back to say like the Native Americans, and it supposedly is used in like ritualistic fashion. So the fact that it's being used with 5-MeO-DMT here should provide for quite an interesting report. So just a heads up, gets a little bit graphic, but other than that, it's a really fascinating one. So yeah, buckle yourselves up. 5-MeO-DMT, forehead pulls and friendship. A 5-MeO-DMT and flesh hook pulling trip report, uploaded to earrid.org by 2HVDE on October 17, 2002. I'm about to describe an experience that is patently dangerous and irresponsible. You'll read about hook play, i.e. suspension, pulling, etc., where the participants have been drinking alcohol heavily. If you do this, you will first of all bleed a lot more than usual, putting those around you at increased risk of being contaminated by your blood, as well as you being contaminated by the others involved. Impaired thinking also increases the chance of making mistakes, both in controlling contamination and in making judgment calls about safety. All that said, drinking and drug use is most definitely an element of my life personally, and I feel that I am aware of my limits and I have acted inside what I consider safe personally. Definitely objectively dangerous, but well inside what I consider acceptable behaviour for myself and my personal limits. In addition, on a historical level, it is certainly not uncommon for people to perform analogous rites in extremely strange states, be it from fasting, physical activity, or even psychotropic drug consumption. Finally, I've found a ritual activity for myself that I get far more out of it if I just throw myself at it and go with what it gives me. It's been my experience that a ritualised build-up takes away from the carnal truth of the experience. In any case though, on with the show. I've changed a few names around, but I'm sure people who are there will know who's who, and that's good enough. At one of the recent BME barbecues, Jack was trying to raise money to send himself and his suspension group to the Big Dallas SusCon, the mother of all suspension events, hosted by the original suspension group TSD. He'd already swung around wildly and lifted up at least a half dozen audience members and had close to $500 in his donation jar. To top it all off, he wanted to finish the night with a 2-hook chest suspension. Jack is, I think, known for pushing himself to his limits physically. I don't think many people could consistently put themselves through the physical abuse he does and still be standing, especially if you count the probably close to a dozen beers he drank as well. As a result of the alcohol, his back was drenched in huge bloody angel wings, lit in stark chiaroscuro as he twirled under the ropes in the night, by what little light made it out from the house. Anyway, back in the house, Jack was sitting getting marked for the chest hooks. The 6 GA needles were passed through, bringing to the surface nodules of fat. Immediately, the blood began to pour down his chest, and it was clear to me that this was not a good idea. Jack, I really don't think you should be doing this. This isn't going to turn out well. Well, I want to do something. Do you want to do another forehead pull? Sure. And that was that.
We took the hooks out of Jack's chest, stopped the bleeding and bandaged them. We found the last 8GA needle and pierced Jack's forehead with it. For those of you that saw the video, you can see that he was none too thrilled about the way it felt. The hook followed through, and other than a few drops of blood, that ordeal was over and it was my turn. Now I actually really like getting pierced, although even though I've been pierced hundreds of times, it still scares me on some instinctual level. I think maybe part of the reason I like getting pierced when I've been drinking is that it relaxes me and takes away that fear, and it allows me to experience the piercing with a clear head. I'm sure that must sound like an oxymoron. To feel the subtle nuances of flesh being torn. There are only a very small number of people that I trust to pierce me. I base that trust not on technical skill, but on the way I feel about that person. Piercing, to me, is an intimate act, and I would never get pierced by a person I don't deeply trust and feel comfortable with on an intimate level. We only had a 6-gauge needle left, which was just fine by me because I have very tight skin, and without using a dramatically larger needle, the hooks were I think 10-gauge, I don't bleed at all, which, for me, takes away from the intensity of the experience. Jack lined the needle up with the entrance point, and he started to push. I think it was Bud the punk that likened stretching big piercing to getting fucked by a really big dick, or something similarly true but crude. There is most definitely something sexual about forcing a large gauge needle through touch flesh. I felt the tip of the needle gently slide into and under the skin, and then catch on the bevel. Jack pushed harder. I could feel hands supporting my head and force coming in along the shaft of the needle. With a steel grunt, the bevel penetrated me and the full girth of the needle slid inside me. I felt full and I felt complete. The needle felt right there. I could feel it moving under the skin, approaching the soon-to-be created exit hole. The skin tented up, lifted by the glands of the needle. I felt it move through the layers, and rather than cutting its path, I could feel everything tearing and separating as it forced its way out, leaving a shredded exit hole. In satisfaction, my body, or the needle, or both together, ejaculated volumes of blood. My face was immediately covered with thick dark essence. It kept flowing, and by the time I got outside, my white shirt was well marked with love. Emirius, who was straight edge but willing to tolerate us fools and play designated driver, as well as being someone that both I and many of you reading this owe a debt of gratitude for the hard work he's done for us, hooked us up flesh to hook, to rope to hook to flesh, and we became some meaty version of a tin can telephone. I won't go so far as to say that thoughts conduct along suspension rope, but there's definitely a connection. The pull itself was less intense than you'd see in a back pull, which often has an almost tug-of-war quality about it, more of a swaying back and forth. This is probably the hardest part of the experience for me to describe. There wasn't really any pain, at least not in any negative way. Maybe a little when we were leaning back at our hardest, but I really don't think that I could say it hurt. More than anything, for me anyway, it was a trust exercise and an inquiry into the nature of self. I'm pretty much totally heterosexual, but I think maybe pulling allows me to access a level of male-to-male connectivity that is analogous to making love minus the sexual overtones. I don't know if it's right to say that I felt connected to Jack, more so that I felt that we were the same person. Not that we'd merge, but that this physical trick had made me aware of the true nature of the universe and opened a little window letting me see behind this illusionary reality. There were other things going on, some hooting and hollering from the crowd. We did some silly things like dip down and Amiris and Mark and maybe others limboed underneath the rope. However, I have essentially no conscious memory of any of that happening. I only know because of the pictures, as I was in another place entirely. At the end of it, I walked away with a little more insight into myself and the universe, and with an even deeper connection with my friends that helped it happen. Other than taking out the hook, I did nothing. Even though it had been pouring blood before and during the experience, it stopped almost immediately afterwards and no bandage was placed and little cleanup was done. When I got up in the morning, it was a little swollen, but not that badly, and I literally just ignored it. I'm left now with 2 scars, which most people probably assume are acne scars, and I'm left with a bit of truth. The rest of this experience is not directly mod related, so if that's where your interest ends, you can stop now. However, I feel that there is a direct connection between the two that we should not ignore. You may remember that in one of my previous experiences, the one about tearing the hook out of my arm, even though I'd gone into it as a jackass doing a party trick, I was suddenly torn from my body, as the hook tore from my flesh. It was Alex Binney who said that when you open the flesh, you let something in. Even though I was surrounded by a large crowd, I couldn't hear them. They were all tiny and muted, almost as if they were far away. They became utterly insignificant and faded out of my perception. As this was happening, I became acutely aware of myself. When I say that, I do not mean that I could feel my arm more than usual or anything like that. I mean that I became aware of myself as a sentient presence in the universe, and I became aware of where I ended and where the rest of the world began. As if that wasn't profound enough, it didn't stop there. I then became aware of similar entities all over the universe. Everyone I knew and everyone I would never knew was a part of this massive ocean of energy, and I could touch every one of them and were all a part of each other. It was probably at that moment that I knew that, for lack of a better way of putting it, it was all real. I'd always thought that there were deep connections between the psychedelic experience and the suspension experience, and this gave me some ammunition to convince myself with. Recently, I was visited by a friend who left me a little bit of 5-MeO-DMT, a powerful dissociative hallucinogen. Dissociative in that it generates new visions, rather than simply altering perception reality as with a drug like LSD. In any case, Jack was driving across the country to visit friends, so he stopped by on his way. I told him about the DMT and described the classic DMT experience. He was of course intrigued. I hadn't tried the DMT because years and years ago I'd overdone it with LSD, and at this point I found the experience extremely emotionally taxing. Jack was a bit scared, I think, to try the DMT because of the intensity of the experience, but I convinced him that it was safe and that it was around people he could trust to take care of him should anything go wrong. And I think if it was not for the pullings and the mutual trust that generated, none of what is about to follow would have happened. I filled the pipe with DMT and Jack sat back in the chair, lit it and inhaled the noxious stuff in one puff. He felt a little odd and described minor hallucinations, but it was clear that nothing had happened. Maybe I hadn't put in enough, so he filled the pipe with the remainder of the DMT and tried again. Still nothing. That was odd, so we assumed we must have wasted it, somehow burning it up in the pipe without getting anything. I smoked pot due in part to chronic arthritis pain in my legs, so we just decided to relax and smoke some weed instead. Little did I know that the 5-MeO-DMT had just turned into a resin and stuck to the screen, and then, with the pot, it got hot enough to vaporise. All of a sudden, static started to build up in my ears and the world got tight. It undulated up to an insane volume, like a jet engine parked on top of me. All of a sudden, all of reality shattered like a giant mirror, quite literally. I could see pieces everywhere, and I got pulled into another place, a place very similar to the one I'd been into in my first suspension experience. Every sense was merged into a single primordial sense, totally primitive and totally pure. There was no mass or energy or anything physical at all anymore, and all that existed, all that made up the entire universe, was thought. Not so much that what I thought became real was hallucinated, but in that I was somehow seeing the true nature of the universe on some spiritual, quantum level. You know how they say that when you go into another universe, the laws of physics are different? Well, the universe I went to didn't even have physics, and the laws of thought were radically altered. The experience is literally indescribable using words. And then, about 6 minutes later, apparently I was totally catatonic the whole time, which is normal, I was fine again. And 10 minutes after that, there was nothing. No residual effects, no come down or anything. To be honest, I felt great. Not in a drugged euphoria, but great in the way a person feels when they figure out how a very impressive magic trick is done. I'd been shown something truly amazing. Baba Ram Das said something along the lines of, "There are many paths up the mountain, but the view's the same." Just to clarify, it actually wasn't Ram Dass who said that, it's actually an ancient Chinese proverb, just to get that information in there for you folks. Maybe it's just a shared delusion, but I believe that both physical ritual, suspension pulling and so on, probably even ball torture when it comes down to it, as well as extreme psychedelic exploration, can show us the true nature of both ourselves and the universe we inhabit. Here is what I have learnt, or here is what my descent into madness has produced if you prefer to see it that way. Number 1. The fundamental construct of the universe is not matter and energy, but thought. Number 2, the physical universe is a dream. And finally, number 3, we are all small parts of a single super being. Call it God, call it the universe, it doesn't matter. Every activity I have ever undertaken that's taken me outside of my day-to-day physical existence or non-existence has confirmed these facts to me. So maybe rushing fast, headlong and without constraints into the guts of life is a good thing. As a conclusionary warning, I would like to emphasise that if you want to undertake any of these activities, it is monstrously important that you do it while surrounded by people who you trust with your life and that you care for deeply. If you attempt to do these things in an inhospitable environment, don't be surprised when you find yourself cast into the depths of a self-imposed hell. A life-changing 5-MeO DMT trip, sent in by a subscriber. We're back in Costa Rica on the Caribbean coast, staying in the jungle for a total of 16 days. This place almost feels like a second home now. We know the owners and the 3 helpers well. We have our usual room, and it's about as close to a blissful, idyllic paradise as I can imagine. There's a small bay called Playa Chiquita, which is about a 10-minute walk away that has very few visitors compared to the neighbouring beaches. We go there at least twice a day. So this time around, by complete coincidence, there's a person who's renting out the casita for a couple of months. She's a very experienced massage therapist, has been doing bodywork for years. She's also deeply connected with the local psychedelic community, and we heard, through the owner, that she's performing a 2-hour preparatory massage, followed by the opportunity to take 5-MeO DMT. She remains present, sat silently in the background but attentive throughout the session. Now, I've taken hallucinogenic drugs before, many times actually, but over 20 years ago. LSD, psilocybin and 2CB. I've had very strong hallucinatory trips, bizarre ones that have only affected my hearing, and also very weak experiences, so I kind of know the territory, kind of. But still though, 20 years of growing older, recognising responsibility and challenging life events have made me cautious and reluctant to go back there, so to speak. I'm fully aware of the pitfalls involved. But DMT has always interested me. While not knowing a huge amount about it, I was attracted to the fact that it was a very short experience compared to the 7+ hours of other psychedelics. I was also certain that if the opportunity arose, the circumstances had to be perfect. The right place, people, if any, and time. It took less than a minute for me to realise that the time had finally come. My wife and I decided to do it separately. She started at 8 AM, while I went in at 2 PM and we arranged to meet again at dusk. As I approached the casita, it struck me how private and secluded the place was. Even though the lodge had 2 people working in the main building, once you were in the casita, it felt completely disconnected. Perfect. My only worry was a guy in the property next door, about 200 metres away, using a petrol-driven strimmer, right in the middle of the fucking jungle as well. He was cutting back undergrowth and the engine sound immediately grated on me, but I did my best to ignore it and went in. The 2-hour massage was incredible. She must have spent 20 minutes on each hand, so it's fair to say it was thorough. However, every now and then there was a break in the relaxing music, and I could just hear that strimmer. I was starting to worry that it would affect my experience. The last thing I wanted was some mechanical beast in my head, noisily ripping up the jungle. Fortunately, by the time the final stage came around, the strimmer was long gone. This final part was a cranial massage, both intense and deeply soothing, preparing me for what came next. I was so calm and rested, I could have fallen asleep right there. All the while, the very peaceful music playing in the background had been kind of trancy, with small elements of tribal tones and voices. This, in time, was replaced by something far more ambient and distant, more of a soundscape. I was told to sit up, breathe deeply and fully several times, and then a glass pipe was placed at my lips. I inhaled steadily, held my breath for a moment, and then exhaled. For a moment there was no change, but then my vision began to blur, and then suddenly sharpened into a million tiny triangles, varying in size and ordered in vividly complex patterns. This was subtle. I could still see everything else around me, but it was almost as though a transparent fractal veil had been held in front of me. I stared at my hands, marvelling at my pulsating, ultra-defined flesh. This was my first reminder from all those years back of what it was like to come up on psychedelics. Flesh always just looked so alive. My breaths were huge, incredibly deep inhalations travelling from my core, through my chest, and out of the top of my head. My exhales were an intense release that didn't end until they passed through my entire body and entered the floor beneath me. It was an incredible experience, making me acutely aware of my physical body, but also, I felt like I was teetering on the edge of something else much, much bigger and much deeper. And then, within a minute, I was calm, focused, and very clear-headed. I was smiling to myself and a little surprised at how subtle and brief the experience was. For a small moment, I felt grateful for the opportunity, for the journey if you like. Then I realised I had to go again. So the music and the process started up once more. Another pipe was prepared as I began my deep breathing exercises. Then, as I sat upright, legs crossed, the pipe was held to my lips, and I inhaled for longer than the first time and held my breath. And then, I died. I died? I deaded? I dead? What? As I exhaled, I felt my head slowly dip. My body became limp and my eyes close. I was immediately enveloped in a bright whiteness, a sense of nothing but everything. The feeling of being within my physical body then disintegrated quickly, and for a brief moment, a feeling of sorrow passed over me, that my mum and wife would be heartbroken that I died so recklessly. But then, within a matter of seconds, all emotions disappeared, and I reached a state of complete serenity and what I can only describe as nothingness. There was no longer a top or bottom. I was neither heavy nor light. There was no detail and no gravity. The silence was deafeningly quiet. I was no longer there. I and everything around me was gone. Was this death? Then it began. I have no idea if I lifted my head, but it was like an unfurling, a rise, a rebirth. At first, I was only vaguely aware of tiny noises I was creating. My lips were gently opening and closing. The moisture in my mouth was causing a sound almost like a fish. Was I speaking? Words came next. Fragments, utterings that shifted and distorted into echoes. It all seemed to have meaning, familiarity. Within the next few moments, I was overwhelmed by every sense imaginable. It was almost too much to handle. The most extreme expansion of sensations and sounds. My body, though I no longer had one, was flooded with extraordinary, explosive vibrations that seemed to radiate from my centre to the extremities of my body and out into eternity, almost orgasmic. Yet I remained at ease, calm, present, and alert to all the emotions and feelings that swept through me. The music, if you could call it that, had become more prominent, deeply complex, intricate and heavy, yet resonating and breathing in complete balance and harmony. Shapes began to appear. A never-ending expanse of large black dots entered the whiteness and erupted into beautifully detailed, very geometric patterns. Three-dimensional triangles and arcs within pyramids within pentagons and so on. It was stunningly beautiful. The colour was subdued, almost monochrome, but it still had a palette of soft greens, blues, browns and reds. By now, I was breathing through my forehead, deep down into some kind of powerfully throbbing core, experiencing vision through a new, larger and more open eye. I began to truly see, to feel. I understood everything. When I looked at a palm outside the casita, I was the palm. Crisp, moist, alive, with vibration and colour, connected. When I observed the floor beneath me, I was the floor. My body was wood. My veins were the grain and lines of beams, planks, branches and roots. Infinite. When I glanced up at my guide, my guardian, my companion, we were one. I was she, and she was me. I'll never forget the expression on her face. She knew. It all made sense. It was so close you could touch it, yet too far away to fully grasp. Insanely simple, yet impossibly intricate. There was love, truth, and honesty in everything. I slowly began to descend. My breath remained full and clear, but there was a settling tranquility. I was light as a feather and amused suddenly by the chirping of a gecko. The squawk of toucans and the distant murmur of a motorbike were welcome, warm, and familiar. I lay down, staring at a single, shimmering, piercingly bright speck of light that was coming through the roof, as well as two open hands that were held above my eyes, almost bringing me back into a more physical focus. When the hands parted, the roof was alive. Very defined lines with echoes and ripples around them. Yet when I looked to my left, the jungle was clear, silent and still. I let the ripples of the Palapa roof slowly subside and then sat up in awe of what had just occurred. Oh man, that second hit. I was slowly able to talk again. I asked if my heart had stopped, if she had to bring me back from near death. She told me I remained still, eyes closed and mouth wide open for over a minute. Then as the 5-MeO took hold, I apparently let out an array of expletives. Fuck. Holy shit. What? She was amused at my Yorkshire accent, and I have a feeling, as things progressed, of maybe remarking, "Of course, right." I think I had small breakthroughs, if you could call them that. A profound understanding of being. I was always set upright as well, and I didn't pass out. I was just utterly consumed by the molecule, the God molecule. There was a bizarre sense of being another floor up. The casita did have a first and second floor section, but we hadn't moved at all. When I eventually said my goodbyes, I walked back to the main lodge, and my wife and I walked to the beach, catching the remaining dusky red light. We held each other, kissed and chatted excitedly about our experiences, then walked back home, by which time I was clear and as normal as usual. The aftermath. It was really quite strange to feel more or less completely straight after my experience. While we were both very wired and blissed out watching the sunset on the beach, the rest of our evening was as normal as ever. We chatted with folks at the lodge, we ate normally and slept at a regular time. It didn't really end there though. That night, I woke up at around 3 AM, feeling as though I was about to re-enter my experience. My breaths were as huge and never-ending as they had been earlier, but my heartbeat was slow and steady. Even though the room was dark, small spots of light coming through gaps in the shutters danced and sparkled. It felt like the walls were breathing with me. This lasted a good 30 minutes or so until I fell asleep. The second night, I had exactly the same feeling. Maybe a little milder this time, but I'll confess to feeling a little uneasy. Not scared, just slightly startled. I'd also been going to morning vinyasa yoga classes the whole time I was away, 6 times a week. The class on the morning following my experience was incredible. Words just don't do it justice. I'd normally lie down and stretch before the class began, but this time I sat comfortably on a block in complete stillness, fully present and absolutely buzzing. The jungle around me was rich, vibrant and alive. I found myself focusing sharply on individual leaves, absorbing their shape and beauty with my mind. It felt pretty far out. The flow was exquisite. Hands down one of the best feelings I've ever had in a yoga class. Fluid, perfectly synchronized with my breath, but also with what felt like the natural vibration of the jungle. It was like a dance. A masterful, yet effortlessly choreographed journey from start to finish. Savasana could have lasted an eternity. I now realise, after a little bit of research, that what I had initially experienced in the casita was ego death, and it's very common. Also, the white void is talked about a lot as well. It's amazing that there are such fundamental similarities between individuals who take this plant medicine. I also realised that I was completely unfamiliar with 5-MeO DMT. I hadn't read one single trip report of any psychedelic activity. Not one. I'd been expecting the effects of the more commonly known NN-DMT, so I kinda went in clueless. I'm so glad it worked out this way, free of any opinions or expectations whatsoever. The God Dose, a 5-MeO DMT and cannabis strip report, uploaded to Erowid by Face on January 25th, 2010. Me and my friends have done many psychedelics. In the years, I've gone way beyond what I thought tripping was. I first thought tripping was all about colours and trails. Then it became about passing this one point, where all of reality goes out the window, and anything is possible to see or do. But now, it's all about the spirituality in nature. I hadn't really started doing the wild strong doses until after the near-death experience. After the NDE, we started calling ourselves Fearless Psychonauts. It was just like any other day. Me and my friends were smoking pot just like usual. My friend Ken had purchased a gram of 5-MeO DMT. We'd been experimenting with it for about 3 days. We'd sprinkle just a smidge on a bowl of pot. Felt like eating a couple hits of decent acid. The trails were massive, the colours were prevalent, and even though there was an uncomfortable body rush at first, it was the bomb. So me and Ken were sitting in his room. He had already come down from smoking some 5-MeO. He smoked it about 20 minutes before I took the hit. Ken is my most experienced friend with tripping. He has eaten 12 hits of acid all at once with no tolerance. He was the one that showed me colours and trails are only the first step into a completely different universe. Ken covered the entire bowl of pot with 5-MeO. He said, "I dare you to take the biggest hit yet." I obviously, trying to look like a badass in front of my friend, was like, "You're damn right I will." So, I did. I put the lighter to it and took the hit. It tasted just like any other hit of 5-MeO, burning plastic. This hit was different though. I exhaled it. Ken looked at me and asked me if I felt anything. I looked at him and said no, because I honestly didn't. Oh shit, was I wrong. I slowly started feeling my breath weakening. I was breathing less and less with every breath. I was trying to breathe harder and harder, but it was just making it worse. I leaned back on the bed because I had no physical energy left from the lack of air. Then, as I felt the last of my breath leave my lungs, I closed my eyes. As my eyes closed, I saw no colours. My soul rose above my body. I looked back and saw my body laying lifeless on my friend's bed. Then I looked forward towards the dark tunnel. My body started moving towards the tunnel, and then the tunnel started moving towards me. It was as if we were trying to meet one another. Once we started moving towards one another, a white light appeared at the end of the tunnel. When I was about 6 feet away from the white light, someone started to come out of it. The light was pure and blinding. I looked around because it was so bright. The tunnel was now completely infinite. Surrounding me were thousands of orbs that appeared like eyes. For a visual hint, look at Alex Gray's Dying. The orbs appeared to be like eyes, because they were shaped just like an eye, and I could see through them. The eyes were looking at different places in the universe, at all the points in time. I could see all and everything that has and will ever happen. I then looked forward, and the most beautiful, most peaceful, and most gentle woman walked out of the light. Her hair was brown, her cheeks were rose-coloured, and her skin looked softer than the petal of a rose. She was wearing a white robe that had a hood that was up, and the robe covered her whole body. And then with the softest, most serene voice, she spoke. The first thing she said was, "Don't be scared, my child, for it is not your time to go." Then all the fear that I had instilled in my body went away. I didn't know why, but I knew I could trust her. Then every question I ever had about life, religion, or God was answered. It's hard to say everything that was told to me because it's difficult and it chokes me up every time I think about it, but I tried to state everything the woman had said to me. The woman told me that no religion is wrong, because it's just the word of God being seen and spoken through another person's eyes. You can only sway a person's thoughts, because a person will always think what they want, because they think it's their life and their rules. The woman said we are born. Then, we are meant to enjoy all of life, the good, the bad, and everything in between, because that is the meaning of life, to simply enjoy it. Because that was God's gift to us as her children, the most precious thing God could provide us with, life. She said when we die, our soul returns back with God, and our body is meant to stay in the earth to fertilise other life such as plants. Everything happens in cycles. Just like our lives, it is the same with all everyday occurrences. Then after we return with God in heaven, we get to receive all the riches of the afterlife. And then as quickly as I got there and received the knowledge people search for their whole lives, my eyes were opening and I was sitting up. A physical wind started moving out of my chest. It was the greatest feeling of ecstasy one can ever feel. I looked at Ken, and both of our eyes were filled with tears. Then just as we were about to cry, our friend who had left the room to use the bathroom had entered, and we acted as if nothing had happened. Our friend could tell something happened, but had no clue what. We spoke about it the next day. Apparently when I sat back and stopped breathing, Ken said a woman's voice that he had never heard came out of me, speaking through me words of great wisdom. I couldn't believe that the woman spoke through me, and asked him what she said, and he said everything word for word what happened. It changed me and him forever. Not only did I become religious, but Ken did too, and that is a change for him because he was one of the people that I knew was extremely evil. He's done some wild, unmentionable shit, and by unmentionable, I mean unimaginable. All I can say now is that God is real. I spoke to the Mother Mary, and it doesn't matter if you can believe me or not, because God and I know the truth. I am an agnostic turned completely around into a religious person.
This weekend, I had my first experience with 5-MeO-DMT. I had my best friend come over to trip sit me and make sure nothing bad happened while I was away. I thought my backyard would be a safe place to smoke, so I put some 5-MeO-DMT in a makeshift pipe and sat on a swing on my back deck. I brought the lighter to the pipe and inhaled very deeply. The last thing I remember from this reality was passing the pipe to my friend to hold. Before the pipe was even out of my hands, everything began to blur and vibrate. The next thing I know, everything in my immediate proximity was sucked into a vortex in the middle of my field of vision. I felt as if my body was imploding on itself as I was shot through this vortex at an extremely fast speed. The entire time I heard an almost electric buzzing noise that got increasingly louder and louder until it was almost too much to bear. I can't even stress how loud and uncomfortable this felt. I felt completely overwhelmed in extreme pain and fear. My skin felt like it was burning off. I was so completely confused and was convinced I had died. I felt like I should not have been in the place I was. Eventually, I felt as if I completely imploded on myself and had reached the end of the vortex where I might have been broken through some barrier. It is all kind of fuzzy. I can barely remember what happened after this. I vaguely remember interacting with other beings in this other world, but can't remember what they look like though. I don't even know if I saw them. It was almost like I was using other senses that I have never used before and communicating in ways I didn't even know were possible. Time did not exist. Reality as I knew it before was insignificant and arbitrary. Then, all of a sudden, I was back. I opened my eyes to a blurry figure. At first, I thought I was looking in a mirror at myself, but then realized it was someone else. Initially, the world around me looked foreign and made no sense. I remember yelling, "Where am I? Who are you? What happened?" To which the figure responded, "It's your friend Matthew. You just smoked 5-MeO-DMT. Everything is okay now." I finally realized that it was my friend and I was in my backyard, and I stood up. My heart was racing and I couldn't calm myself down. I looked down at my hands and body and realized I was completely covered in blood. It took me almost an hour to calm down after what had happened to me. All I could do for 30 minutes following the trip was run around my house screaming, "What the fuck just happened? Where did I just go? I'm never gonna be the same." I remember feeling extremely relieved to be back in this reality and far away from the place I was transported to. When my friend finally calmed me down, I said to him, "Ignorance was bliss." I wish I remembered more, but it's just like how if you don't write your dreams down when you wake up, you won't be able to remember them later in the day. After finally getting a grip on this reality, I asked my friend what happened to me. My body was covered in blood and my clothes were all ruined. Apparently, after I exhaled the 5-MeO-DMT, I sat on the swing for about 30 seconds. Then suddenly, I bolted into my backyard into the woods where I hurled myself down a wooden ravine. My friend said he tried to restrain me, but was unable to. I proceeded to roll down the ravine, screaming at the top of my lungs. My friend said he was doing his best to move logs and rocks out of the way as I went down the ravine. but I still managed to hit my head on some. I cut my face all up and sprained my wrist. My back is all cut up and my entire body aches even 2 days later. I have a bruise on my arm about 3 inches in diameter that is almost black. When I reached the bottom of the ravine, I hit my head on a log and was completely knocked out. My friend said he took my pulse while I was unconscious, and it hit around 120 beats per minute. A few hours after the trip, I said to my friend, DMT is to LSD as LSD is to water. My friend replied with, no, DMT is to LSD as DMT is to water. Acid doesn't come close to DMT, and all other psychedelics now seem like a joke compared to what I experienced. My entire life and concept of reality has been changed. I can't help but feel like I saw something that everyone needs to see at least once in their lives. I don't know how I can go on living a normal life, knowing stuff like that exists. I would like to try it again sometime in the future, but I don't want to go through the pain again. I assume the pain was a result of me falling down the ravine, but I can't be sure. Has anyone else had a painful experience? Trying 5-MeO-DMT was the most significant event in my life since birth. I forgot to add how once I broke through the barrier and into this other world, some of my experiences there felt familiar. It was almost like deja vu. I don't know if the stuff I was seeing was so strange because it was new and foreign, or if it was stuff I had already seen before but just couldn't understand anymore. I feel like maybe I didn't visit another dimension, but was reborn in this world instead of right there in the woods. Maybe all the pathways and knowledge my brain has created over the last 21 years were destroyed and rapidly made again in 7 minutes. Could it be that the drug just broke all the pathways and everything around me seemed new, even though I had experienced it before? Maybe my mind regressed to that of a newborn, and I felt like I was in another dimension, when really, I was just in my backyard.
Right setting and dosage. A 5-MeO-DMT trip report by R2D4. Uploaded to Earwid May 15th, 2003. When I did 5-MeO, 6 of us, including our excellent host, created a circle around a blanket and a pillow. Very faintly, there was the recorded sound of Tibetan crystal bowls sounding over an exceptionally great sound system. The lights dimmed. We collectively set the intention to each experience the highest possible vibration of love, whatever that turns out to be. I was the first to go. Our host loaded the glass pipe as I situated myself in the middle of the circle. I was instructed to practice laying back on the pillow, so that I was in the exact right position to do so. Our host approached me with a small chemist torch and handed me the pipe. The only sounds were the 6 of us breathing, and the faint harmonic drone of the crystal bowls. And then, suddenly the torch. I exhaled completely, and put the mouthpiece to my lips. I inhaled slowly, and nervously as he hovered the blue flame a good inch above the diminutive yellow pile in the centre of the bowl. The pile disintegrated as I pulled the heat of the flame into the pipe, the substance sizzling into smoke. The smoke filled my lungs, and he sharply switched off the torch. A strange silence remained as I held my breath, then a really, really strange silence. I began to lie down. Before I hit the pillow, I sensed a rapidly increasing vibration in my body, from the tips of my toes and fingers to the ends of the hairs of my head, deep in my bones and throughout my viscera. While I was still able, I imagined that this deeply penetrating euphoria is what it must feel like just after one has been hit square on by a locomotive, before the pain sets in. A deep and calming, yet terrifyingly inevitable disintegration of the physical occurred. I closed my eyes. I assume I exhaled what was left of the smoke, and I found my way into the supine position, because before I could gauge any further sense of movement or distance, colours entered my perception in impossible layers as the rate of disintegration increased in exponential leaps. Any concept of time or relative space fractured into a quadrillion holographic pixels and was carried off along with the rest of manifest existence, in impossibly fast motion, by another quadrillion overly anxious nano-sized carnivorous ants. I, seemed to travel some immense distance in an instant, or more like a non-instant. My perception at once exploded and imploded infinitely. Matrix and lattice-like colour patterns gave birth in non-time to explosions of sparks which were galactic in the inward scope and scale. Simultaneously, these explosions recurred, compounded, echoed, moving my consciousness inward and outward in unimaginable magnitude. Eventually, into the yawning maw of nothingness I went. All ability to fathom halted. All sense of I became totally transparent. Instantly, gone. No self or ego. Breathing, heartbeat, earth life, past experience. It never existed. Absorbed into the infinite, timeless, all-permeating singularity. The sheer titanic bliss of the void. This lasted forever. It was a death. What can I possibly call it? It was a state of some sort. The annihilation of experience, actually. Infinite, unmanifest potential. Words do not really work here. The next thing I remember, my first clue that my mind was moving out of the infinite, is simply a very distant sense of having had some kind of individuated experience. A sense that I was I in some vague etheric conscious form, and that I was experiencing, or had experienced, something far beyond what I thought I could experience. No more visuals had come to my consciousness since the galactic sparks. I remember taking my first breath, which seemed literally like my first breath ever, and with that, a sense of the dimension of time and space. An inconceivable amount of time had seemed to pass when I finally perceived this. My sense of identity was still a million light years away. My body began to reassemble itself slowly and quantumly over a series of miraculous breaths. Hardly able to believe what I had just experienced. Deeply, deeply moved and astonished beyond words, totally beyond words, I laid there and breathed. I sensed the powerful presence of my friends, those spirits sitting with me, around me, in a circle, breathing with me in support of a deeply personal communion with something inexplicable, untouchable, untaintable, far beyond any concept of ancient, and really quite as terrifying as it is beautiful, and it is beautiful beyond imagining. The infinite. Coming back into my body was akin to orgasmic, but different and subtler, more exquisite, more detectably subatomic. I felt compelled to move into a kneeling position. I looked with reverence at my friends in the circle, and wiped away a few tears that had apparently pooled there. Our host quietly informed me that 8 minutes had passed. I was still feeling a bit high. I remained kneeling in silent meditation with the circle for the next couple or few minutes. Then, I retreated to the edge, smiling and utterly grateful. Next, I said. I believe that I had experienced an aspect of greater mind, that we have the capacity within our own nervous systems to experience this because it is who we are. It's not so much about the 5-MeO DMT, not really, but to the extent that it is definitely about the dosage and the setting. It's so worth doing it right. Therein lies the shamanic art of administering externally, the experience of the eternal and internal self.
Set. 2 friends tried 5-MeO DMT and had truly horrendous, frightening experiences. They'd seem to go back and forth about whether I should or should not try it. Initially, when it was described to me, I was kind of horrified that they had tried it, and I said I never experiment with the substance. I carefully considered their descriptions of their experiences though, and thought about what they seemed to get out of it. I read experience reports and whatever literature I could find on the substance, and decided that my only real reason for not trying it was caution that I'd have an unpleasant experience. I decided that whatever there was to face, I should face it, and whatever I might learn from myself or the experience, whether good or bad, I shouldn't shy away from it. I've been on a shamanic path for many years and was familiar with altered states long before I ever experimented with any entheogen or the like. When I've tried other things, I felt that I was more or less prepared. With this, I didn't feel prepared, but in a way, the That's what I wanted. I wanted something that I would not be in control of, that I would not know precisely what to expect. I went into it knowing I might have a very bad experience, and I was somewhat nervous, but I'm pretty good at dealing with feelings of nervousness. During the day, I'd mentally attempted to prepare myself and to ask either the universe or my subconscious to give me whatever I needed, good or bad. Setting. I went to a friend's apartment, a place with a good energy where I feel very comfortable. It was just two good friends and I present. There was a comfy bed to fall back on after I inhaled. Usage. Several 8 to 10 milligram doses of crystalline 5-MeO DMT granules, rendered into vapor by heating over a lighter. I felt like such a druggie. The initial 4 doses did almost nothing. I wasn't sure I felt anything at all. The 5th dose was slightly larger, and that resulted in an extremely powerful experience that came on within a single breath. When I inhaled the first dose, rendered into smoke in a small glass pipe, about 8 to 10 milligrams, nothing happened. A friend who was sitting for me had me wait a few minutes, and we tried again. The only thing I felt was that the nervousness vanished as we joked about how resistant I seemed to be to some substances. We waited about 10 minutes in between doses. It was not until the 5th dose, slightly larger than the rest, maybe 10 to 12 milligrams, that anything happened. I laid down on the bed and felt different. I remember that the sensation was so incredibly powerful, so far beyond anything that I'd felt before, but it was accompanied by absolute bliss. It wasn't a body bliss, or even like a serotonin happy feeling. It was as though nearly all of my mortalness had dropped away, leaving me with only a tiny connection with which to speak. I can't specifically describe the visual effect of what I was seeing. It was like a background to the actual experience. The only thing that I could say was that things seemed to be beautiful during the experience, that I felt like closing my eyes was a waste, though there was no discomfort at doing so. I felt as though all the answers to things that I already had waiting in me, for my accumulated life and experience, were sitting right there, and I could understand them. For a few moments, I lost English. I couldn't speak in English, though it's my native tongue. Because I wanted to share a little of what I was experiencing though, I began, a moment later, to speak. It was as if my body was acting on its own to convey some of what I felt and was experiencing. It was as though my body, my personality, were only a sort of window through which my larger soul viewed the world. There was no sense that everything is an illusion precisely, nor did I feel a oneness with the universe. What I felt was the impression that at some point, everyone and everything had been created by some unknowable source that we can no longer completely and directly perceive. I felt like everything that I was a smaller part of that whole pattern, like a piece of a greater image containing the basic patterns that could be used, perhaps, to create the whole, but which did not at the moment contain that whole. I felt that there was no way of really knowing if I was right, or if what I was made of was really perfect in origin. But I felt that whatever made me either knew what it was doing, or didn't, and that all I could do was trust, and act as if it must have known. And then, I had a feeling as if I'd stopped, for a few moments, being this mortal person that I am, that just the most refined and larger parts of myself were active. It was like suddenly turning my head and realizing that the real me was this big divine being, not God, but created by some great creator, full of self-will and the ability to decide what was good, or right, or beautiful, and strive to make it part of creation. Really, there are no words at all for what I felt. I read these, and they're just not good enough. I've had difficulty describing this even to people close to me, because, well, you've heard the word ineffable. While it was happening, it partly seemed to go on forever, but at the same time, a part of me kept track of time pretty normally. I didn't feel any real time dilation or distortion had occurred. After I started to come down, I felt, for about 30 minutes, just really great. The only thing that I can liken it to is MDMA, except that my brain felt incredibly clear. I felt so clear-headed about everything that I asked my friends to just go ahead and ask me something, anything. One of them asked me, "What's the meaning of life?" I replied that the meaning of life was that for whatever reason, we've developed the capacity to decide what is meaningful, that there are all sorts of possible things we can decide the meaning for, and that it's entirely up to us, that we are, in a way, if not co-creators of the universe, that we are creators of ourselves, and how we choose to define beauty. The meaning of life is what we make of it, and the purpose of life is what we choose to do with it. After that, I felt a relatively rapid and pleasant return to normal thinking. At no time were there any unpleasant sensations. One of my friends decided to try some again, and said that he felt like his experience was just on the cusp of where it could go bad. After he was finished, I decided to see what would happen if I didn't leave well enough alone, and tried again. This was about an hour and a half after the first working dose. This time, I only had to try it 3 times before it caught. The sensations were very good, but this second time, it was more of a physical thing, rather than the mental or spiritual experience the first time had been. It felt, in a way, as if I'd already used up whatever the experience was that I needed, and the second one was really just meaningless. I have to mention that other people have described the taste of vaporized 5-MeO-DMT as being bad tasting. I thought it was sort of pleasant and mild, and after I came down each time, my throat felt like I'd inhaled menthol vapors. By about an hour after the second trip, I felt completely normal, with a normal amount of energy and clarity, actually slightly better than I usually am. It was as if I hadn't used any drug at all. There were less lingering effects than smoking a cigarette or having a cup of coffee. My body felt completely normal and pleasant. I think that if I use this substance again, I almost certainly will. It was completely positive for me. I will try taking a larger single dose. It may be that part of why my experience was so good was that I did several 8 to 10 milligram doses before it hit, and I was slightly affected by those before the slightly larger dose worked. I just want to see the difference. The whole time, I had the feeling that this kind of experience could be perceived as incredibly bad or go wrong easily. My experience was wonderful and invigorating, but it was so powerful that I would suggest that people not treat this substance lightly or without respect. It didn't seem to me the type of thing you'd use for kicks or entertainment. I'm pretty sure if I had done this lightly, or even when I was younger, that I'd have ended up with the screaming memes. This is great stuff, but it is not a toy.
When the Universe is Ready for You. A 5-MeO-DMT trip report by Lococo. Uploaded to Earwid, June 17th, 2013. Date of experience. The 5th of May, 2013. Material, 5-MeO-DMT at a dosage of 10 mg vaporized. Preface. It was everything I could have hoped it could be, and nothing I could have ever expected. Introduction. My soul had been growing ever more restless as my life was beginning to pull back together. The universe has ways of letting you know that you're on the right track, whether it's little bits thrown at you, clever remarks thrown your way from random donors, or that weird, comfortable, familiar feeling that you are meant to be here, in this exact space, at this exact moment in time. Whatever it may be, I was certainly getting my taste of the universe interest of my being. A good friend of mine, who I'll refer to as Pete, told me one day that he knew someone interested in meeting me. He had told me previously that this friend was very much into rare and exotic psychedelics, and I was very excited. I had numerous mushroom and LSD trips under my belt. However, neither of those wonderful substances could ever satisfy my hunger for whatever it was I was seeking. They only seemed to prepare me for the journey I did not realise I would soon take. At this point in my life, I was beginning to bloom. I'd left my dark and depressed stage behind, and for the most part, have been turning into more and more of a hippie every day. I'd recently decided upon joining a homesteading community, a commune if you will, and would be throwing myself firmly into life in just a month or two. Being raised in a mainly conservative household, this was a huge step for me, but it felt right. So back to it. Yes, of course I wanted to meet this mystery man and his magic shaving kit. Pete and I eventually make it to meet this mystery man, shaman, as he shall be called from this point, for symbolic purposes only, and we met at his home where he was relaxing with his friend, Buddy. Shaking hands with Shaman, I did not realise at the time that two kindred souls were reuniting, and we both soon found out his path needed to cross mine as much as mine needed to cross his. This is yet another wonderful sign from the universe. After a few hours of riveting conversation and refreshing intelligence that I had not known for a while, it was becoming clear to me that Shaman was to be my spiritual guide. It became even more obvious when Pete had to leave and Shaman asked if I would like to stay. Yes. No way was I going to pass up what I was hoping to be the journey of a lifetime. The experience. Sitting in Shaman's space with him and Buddy, I felt right. I felt like I belonged there. Then it happened. Shaman offered me my journey in the form of 5-MeO DMT. No pressure, he assures me, that it was there if I was ready for it. I'd heard plenty about DMT, but I'd only a slight clue of what 5-MeO was about from what Pete had told me. Excitedly, I accepted Shaman's offer, but remained a bit tepid, knowing this was not to be taken lightly. He had a few rituals to perform, familiarising me with the vehicle to the cosmos, cleansing the air, sending prayers to heaven, giving me the mantra, breathe, that sort of thing. After I inquired about his experiences taking and administering 5-MeO DMT, he assured me many times I would be alright, and that he was ready and qualified to share this with me. Shaman dimmed the lights, loaded that sweet 10mg into the pipe, and it was time to go. With sweet soothing sounds playing, and only the glow from the stereo in the room, Shaman and I sat cross-legged on the floor across from each other. Buddy off to the side, every bit a part of this journey as us two. The pipe was lit, a long harsh draw that I fully inhaled and held in. Almost immediately, my vision was assaulted by blocks floating in from the side and situating themselves in front of my eyes. Suddenly, they disappeared, and a great wall of multicoloured rays of light came rushing in to meet me. And then, the darkness. I was lost, and didn't know it. My soul had left my body, and it was nowhere to be found. I've tried my hardest to recall that blackness, to try and remember if anything was to be found in it, but it was impenetrable, and I recall absolutely nothing. Then, I was abruptly thrown out of the moment of darkness, as Shaman would later call it. My body was in a fit, and I saw myself vomiting into my own lap. Shaman grabbed my knee and said breathe, which had been my mantra going into this. Dozens of voices erupted around me, also telling me to breathe as if the spirits were guiding me along with my shaman. After a series of intense, offbeat breaths, which were a battle, a test of my willpower, a test I was not going to fail, a sudden calmness hit me. I remember feeling extremely hot, and as I took my shirt off, a cool breeze washed over me. As I laid my body to the ground, I knew that there could have been no other outcome to that trial. This was what my soul had been longing for, and this is exactly where I needed to be. For the first time in my life, everything was at peace. I was truly home, melted into the universe. The breeze grew and grew. I had just tasted the universe in its most raw, unadulterated form. All I could utter was, "Holy shit." Then Shaman replied, "Thank you." The spirits around us all agreed, and replied thank you as Shaman. Then I joined them all and uttered thank you back. At some point I had grabbed my shaman's wrist and I didn't want to let go, to leave home. Eventually the breeze subsided and I sat up and muttered, "I'm back." I looked down into my lap and thankfully there was no vomit there. I'd been humbled, and I was terrified, ecstatic, and a million other feelings that I cannot even begin to describe. God, the universe, the Great Spirit, call it what you will, it had taken an interest to me, and laid it out crystal clear that I was on the correct path. Still though, I was rattled, and there was nothing that could have prepared me for that. Conclusion. The most profound lesson I took away from that experience was my shaman assuring me that I could reach that place by sheer will, and that he does it all the time. He told me it's inside each and every one of us. It just needs to be practiced and honed like every other talent in life. All of this was told as we were sitting outside after the journey, as I was still trying to piece it all back together, and I just started coming to grips with what had happened, and it all hit me in a very profound way. Life has a funny way of giving us exactly what we need, when we need it most. Out of it, beauty is to be had. Around a week later as I write this, I know Sharman and I were meant to cross each other's paths. We are, as he puts it, mirrors to see ourselves and reflect one another. I know full well that my soul had been crying out to find this kindred spirit for quite some time. As I throw myself out to life, after acknowledging the universe and being acknowledged back, I am filled with faith that it will take me exactly where I need to be. $95mg intramuscular for the Evil Wizard. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by Evil Wizard, uploaded to earward.org April 20th, 2014. I've been refining DMT for years, but only once did I actually get high smoking it. I had to vaporize a gram or so. Smoking 5-MeO DMT never got me anywhere, vaporizing up to 60mg over an evening. Acid was a gateway drug. I've done my acid, done the 2Cs, 4-ACO DMT, did 80mg once, 4-HOMET, and a dozen other popular research chemicals. I've handled myself well over the past 20 years. I know the line between use and abuse, and I'm respected in my scene as a trusted name in drugs. My girl and I had IM'd NN-DMT before, 1mg over a kilogram each, so I got 95mg and she got 45mg. I had a pleasant time with entities wheeling machinery into the room and showing me things. I could still walk around and recognise the apartment. There were just other entities there as well. I did a nitrous balloon and zoomed into the micro level where the animistic spirits in the walls and ceiling became evident. Crowds of elves were walking by and wondering where I'd come from and what I was doing with that balloon. I was like, don't judge me, bro. She wound up going down a wormhole and getting tortured for her past life indiscretions. It lasted about 30 minutes with no real hangover. So, without nearly enough research, we IM'd the same amounts of 5-MeO DMT, reasoning it would not be as strong by weight. Irowid note. The dose described in this report is very high, potentially beyond Irowid's heavy range, and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted extreme effects. Sometimes extremely high doses reported errors, rather than actual doses used. Yep, I IM'd 95mg of 5-MeO DMT. We did this in my apartment above the funeral home I work at. Yes, there were bodies downstairs. Within minutes the power came on me in waves. I would be pushed out of my body, then return for a deep breath. I was slumping on the couch with no muscle control, lolling and grinning. It came in waves, where we'd be forced from our bodies while nodding off like on a GHB high, where you just black out for a second and then jerk back awake. I kept repeating, just remember to breathe. I was uncertain that I would live, and felt that I was blacking out from blood loss. Reality was quivering, and the visuals were blowing my mind. Shit was going on heavily. Ghosts stood around, pantomiming the needle injection and suggesting tourniquets. I thought they were paramedics who were finding my body and was wondering why they weren't helping. I could hear them calling my name. I have haemophilia, a clotting disorder, and thought that I was bleeding from needle holes. I resigned myself to my mistake and my death, and I simply let go. I then found myself in a green field that went on forever, filled with some of those self-dribbling elf balls. They were each humming their own little tone, and they were all connected to each other. They were very comforting. It was so nice. Like being cuddled by bunnies. Totally reassuring and peaceful. My identity, or ego, was less than it was before. I felt that these were the Elysian fields out of Greek mythology. Gradually, I connected with each elf or soul. I felt that these were souls that had completed their karmic turns. As they each turned their attention to me, I saw a golden spiral, like a pie chart. I contemplated life's big mysteries, and as I solved each one, the chart filled in. I could hear them discussing my progress and supporting me. After the last mystery was solved, the spiral became a circle. The entire universe and everyone in it resolved into a single thing, and I felt the truth that we are all one. The circle, or universe, hummed a tone, and I hummed with it. This felt like the near-death experiences I read about where you are greeted by an all-encompassing light, or Jesus, or whatever. The elves seemed really impressed that I had managed to get here, and I figured this out without dying. They cheered and gave me a slow clap. I knew that I would live, and could return here any time. I came out of the deep delirium and was still on the couch. There were still ghosts about and spirals and vortices spinning in the air. I could tell I was back in the funeral home, but the visuals were astounding. I looked at my girl, and she was seized up, twisted to one side, but limp in the body. I was too messed up to take a pulse, but she looked dead. I could not see her soul inside her body, so I shook her and freaked out, looking for some way to save her, a tourniquet or something. I felt like a failure. My anatomical training was for naught. I'd killed my friend and lover. A previous girlfriend had OD'd on an opiate injection while away on a trip, and my life and career were over. I was clearly a degenerate weirdo who had killed someone with my fascination with psychedelics, despite my expertise. I tried mouth to mouth, but her muscle tension was too great. I wrapped a plastic spine and skull around my bicep, Halloween beer bong, thinking that this counted at least for style points, and went racing down the stairs, pantless. I opened the door and urged the paramedics inside, but they were just ghosts. So 60 minutes after injecting, I ran outside, into the funeral home parking lot. I retained enough sense of irony to realise it looked like a drug freak out. I was still blessed out and in love with life, and thought I could crawl into bed with my neighbour or employer and he would help me save the girl's life. I tried entering the garage of the funeral home, but it was locked. The cars on the street seemed menacing, so I stood in the middle of the parking lot for a moment. The evil wizard, pantless in the summer night, spine as a tourniquet, all doors closed to me after I'd just solved the mystery of life. I went inside and called 911 and asked for medical attention. I told them we had done way too much DMT. They kept asking questions, but I left the phone to go check my notes for the coroner that I make before dosing something weird. My girl walks out of the bathroom, alive and very pissed. I am happy to see her alive, and I calm down. However, at this point, we are both convinced that we have brain damage. We are sitting on the carpet and the visuals are going wild. In this moment, I am totally zen, ready for paramedics to come and pull us out of there. Any repercussions are irrelevant. I am existentially wiped out after all this. Nothing matters right now except her. Staying with her in our future as burnt out junkie fashionistas. Perhaps I can keep working funerals as the town idiot. I realise I will likely face criminal charges for the substances involved, but que sera, sera. 911 calls back, and she realises the cops are coming. Fortunately, she goes into emergency mode and harasses me into leaving, so they don't enter the apartment. I drop the lights, put on pants, shoes, hat, grab my ID and keys, still talking to ghosts as well, and lock up the apartment and car. I confront the weirded out paramedics on the sidewalk, tell them I'm having a panic attack and maybe an allergic reaction to my legit meds. They coerce me into the ambulance and to the hospital. I'm coming down throughout all this and talking sense, although my pupils are still saucers and my heart rate is 160. My blood pressure is also massive and my CO2 counts are high. They took all sorts of readings. I walked home 2 hours after injecting. She was waiting for me outside the apartment and did not hate me anymore. I realised that we had pulled through this massive ordeal. We took some Valium and slept. I worked a half day and my boss was totally unaware of the situation. My nerves were shot, but I felt so grateful that we were alive. My body felt great as well. I had left it, and when I returned, it felt slightly different. My sexual excitement was heightened. My appetite for food, music and sex, all amplified. I felt great, and I wanted to go back into that space. I really did, and still do. But I'll be playing with small doses, combined with non-DMT perhaps, and potentiating them with dissociatives like 3-MeO, PCP and nitrous from now on. I felt that non-DMT was more about the entities, and 5-MeO was more about the self. I like to make the comparison that NN is the grace, and 5-MeO is the power. That fits. I really should have had a babysitter, I risked our lives and careers and freedom for this. Although, I think a babysitter would have freaked out seeing us convulsing, unresponsive and not breathing. If I had a ventilator and something to calm my heart, I would do a dose almost as large at some point in my life. I'd do it somewhere safe, fully clothed, with a sitter and away from my domicile. As near-death experiences go, this beats the car crashes or illnesses I've experienced. I'm a mortician because I feel that death is life's greatest mystery, and I'm trying to get close to death to understand life and the universe. Now I know that solving the secret of life is as simple as dying. All matter and all beings are one eternal thing. I have had several attempts before this to break through on 5-MeO DMT. I now believe that I was approaching the experience in an entirely ineffective way. Set and setting is extremely important with any psychedelic, but it is absolutely necessary to prepare correctly for a drug with this power. Set. I've been reading enormous amounts of material lately dealing with spirituality and consciousness. I recently attained employment, and as such, I have some money to buy books with. My library has almost doubled in the past few weeks. Everything I've been reading has told me that to know the universe, one must destroy the notion of subject-object study. Give up yourself. Stop worrying about what's going on around you. Do not think of yourself as distinct from the rest of the world. For in order to see the universe as a whole, one must not divide it into parts, such as me versus everything else. With this and a few weeks of reflection on the subject in my head, I decided I would try once more to break through. I have been making remarkable inroads with meditation and other methods of reflection, and I felt I was finally ready for it. Setting. In an apartment. I just rearranged my room. I took out the bed because I decided to start sleeping on the floor. I rearranged everything so that the area I would rest in was at the centre of attention. I lit one candle and placed it behind a paper shade with designs. The time was around 6 in the morning, and I hung a heavy curtain over the window to block out most light. Except for the flickering candle, the room was near black. Preparation. I sat down, naked, in the middle of my mat. I began to meditate. It is relatively easy for me to reach a state of warmth. My hands and feet tingle. My spine and head also tingle. I feel a pressure in my head and hear a metallic hum similar to that of nitrous, as well as 5-MeO in my non-breakthrough experiences and other psychedelics as well. I believe this is a product of the increased awareness, not of the drugs. Once I entered this state, I decided it was time to inhale. The experience. I picked up the pipe and made my movements as automatic and subconscious as possible. I had already loaded 10 milligrams of powder into it, and there was a bit of residue left over from previous attempts. 10 milligrams may seem like a lot to most people, but I have had numerous failed attempts in the past. However, after this experience, I am going to try lower amounts when I am ready. I heated the pipe completely, making sure everything was vaporized before I began to inhale. My breathing at this point was very deep and continuous, and I just started inhaling the same sort of breath through my mouth when I put the pipe to it. Automatic and subconscious. I filled my lungs and interrupted my breathing to hold it in. I pushed all of the air to the top of my lungs, but as I did that I started to forget everything. This was rushing me much faster and harder than ever before. I barely remembered to drop the pipe before it entered the orbit with me, and within a second after I set it down, I left the physical world, and time lost all meaning. Suddenly, My vision exploded with the most complicated fractals and geometric arrangements as can be imagined. These did not seem to last long, or perhaps I stopped paying attention. Either way, I was no longer seeing anything. I had entered a space devoid of vision, sound, and tactile sensations. I was no longer thinking. I was locked into the experience. I realised that I was finally experiencing reality in its entirety. Gone were the karmic worries of my everyday life. Gone was my sense of, this is who I am, see, I'm different from others. I was one with the universe, and I was the universe. I don't know how long I was in this space, but when I returned I immediately resumed meditation. It was very hard for me to focus on my breath. My mind was absolutely racing. I thought mostly of how I would describe this experience to others. Language is too dualistic to describe what I felt accurately. I had burning pains in both of my shoulders, but I dismissed it as unanticipated effects of the chemical. I continued to see very colourful and complex visions, consisting mostly of geometric clamshells and flowers, which opened up over and over again to reveal a blinding white light that persisted in everything I saw. I laid down when I decided to sleep and began relaxation techniques. I'm not aware of how much time passed between inhalation and now, but I felt my body slipping away from my consciousness as I entered sleep. As if no time had passed, I opened my eyes and got up to go to the bathroom. My shoulders were still burning, and I checked them in the mirror. I had scratches all over my back and a huge gash in my left deltoid. Rather alarmed, I went back into the room to see what had happened, and the mirror beside my bed was shattered. My body must have collapsed into it when I entered that space. I bandaged and cleaned the wound and checked the clock. It was 9 AM. Only 3 hours had passed since I dosed, and I had been blessed with the most sacred experience of my life. Enlightenment through a chemical catalyst. Epilogue. This experience has been almost all I can think about since it happened a few days ago. My meditation has gone much easier since, and I reach a level of awareness I wasn't attaining before. I can see now why people do not want to do this often, as my urge has disappeared. I will return someday, when I am ready. I am anxious now to experiment with salvinorin A and DMT. My life feels so good now though, not that it was bad before. The illiterate de Gauss function for the third eye. Initial mindset. Mild tension and anxiety attributed to the trial of a new substance, accompanied by a mild tachycardia, also known as a high heart rate, that was calmed using deep breathing. Set and setting. Dark, alone, and lying on a couch. Open eye visuals. In initial stages, the open eye visual aspect seemed to reflect the pulses of energy felt, and the visual noise seemed to be a monitor for the static heard throughout the trip. Closed eye visuals. Minimal. Hardly any materialization. Most CEVs could be attributed to normal brain interference. Audio. Heavy audio manifestations throughout the initial heavy phase, and still noticeable throughout as a high range static varying in hertz frequencies drastically. Various descriptive writings. Assumably the relatively little amount of time that seemed to pass was relevant to the vast amount of time that actually passed. The perceived notion of time seems almost completely irrelevant given this new reality. This must be the equivalent to dreaming in the constraints of time. Seems as if every second suddenly took on new meaning and was enveloped by the sheer ferocity of the energies. At first, the scent of the chemical took on a great meaning, and as I held the smoke in my lungs, the formalities and whole concept of humanity seemed to dissolve, leaving behind a mist of insight and wisdom that washed over the soul, breathing on its own, and self-sufficient. Great waves of energy seemed to flush the dirt away, leaving a clean slate for one to ponder the great realities and the nature of mankind. This tool could possibly be a safe tool for the exploration of the self. It's as if reality now has a reset button, the illiterate dig-aus function for the third eye. Suddenly, out from behind this new wall of insight and wisdom, came the cessation of effects. The walls of energy suddenly came to a peaceful slumber, and the true light of reality diminished. A hard experience to define using language, but one that can be well understood through trial. However, in retrospect, I'd caution those individuals with a weak stomach or heart away from using this new and intriguing substance, for the risk of tachycardia might be contraindicated with certain heart and stomach conditions. Also, make sure to breathe deeply in a meditative fashion to keep yourself in a good shape during this, and to expel the waves of energy flowing within. Intravenous 5-MeO-DMT, the drop rejoining the ocean. I'd spent a great deal of time studying other people's experiences with 5-MeO-DMT, finding reports which told stories of incredible bliss, and others which told of literal near-death experiences, including cessation of breathing and loss of consciousness. This great variability in the reports led me to proceed with great caution and respect for this medicine. I had a feeling that I was supposed to work with this teacher at some point, but the moment in which that was to happen seemed unclear. It came into my possession shortly after my research had begun, and it sat in my drawer for some time. In preparation, I reflected on what I wished to achieve with the experience. I wished to understand death, to experience God, and to release myself from the prisons I had constructed for myself in my mind. I also concluded that I would ease my way into working with this medicine, rather than jumping straight into a breakthrough dose. On a Friday, I was feeling lost and forlorn, a feeling that had been lingering at the back of my mind for about a week at this point. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what was going on, but I felt that each day I was doing the personal work that needed to be done in order to continue moving through the space, as well as allowing it to be. However, on this Friday, I felt a calling to microdose the 5-MD. I will be referring to 5-MeO-DMT this way for the remainder of the report. I weighed out 5 milligrams on my scale and put it under my tongue, which I kept there for about half an hour before swallowing. What followed was a very gentle mood lift. I didn't feel like anything had significantly changed, but I was given a very small opportunity to change how I was thinking. Although I still felt some of the depression, I was able to be with it in a more present way. I felt that I was given the strength to turn towards it and have compassion for what I was experiencing. As such, I was better able to act in a way that mitigated the depression. The day ended up being wonderful, ending with a reunion with a person that I think is budding into a wonderful friendship. I awoke early on Saturday morning to a peaceful rain falling outside my window. The sky was a mystical grey and everything was peaceful. As I lay in my bed, I again felt the calling to be with the 5-MD. At first I felt a fear around it. I wondered to myself what the fear was all about. A fear of the unknown and a great respect for the power of this medicine. Going through this process, I came to the conclusion that this was, in fact, the right time. My state of mind was clear and I felt ready to go slowly into this work. I had the whole day to myself and no commitments until the following afternoon. I began by meditating and praying by my altar, asking the 4 directions for guidance and safety on my journey. Then I weighed out 4 milligrams of 5-MD on my scale, loaded into a glass bulb pipe, an oil burner or mess style pipe, and heated it up. I would like to note here that this is 5-MD hydrochloride, and therefore might have affected the way this medicine vaporized. It took a bit longer than non-DMT freebase would, but eventually I saw the vapours filling the bulb and took them in. I held the hit for 10 seconds, setting my intention while I waited, and exhaled. It was not the same kind of rush that non-DMT provides. The world did not explode into fractals or strange geometries, nor did I feel strange. I was at home, and I was only getting closer to home. I was filled with peace and bliss. All was well. I could feel the medicine filling my body, scanning for tensions and energetic blockages. After 10 to 15 minutes had passed, I loaded 6 milligrams into the pipe and vaporized that as well, bringing the total medicine consumed to about 10 milligrams. Once again, there was a wave of bliss and an energetic field coursing through my body. As I lay down to allow this to unfold, I could feel a purge coming on. When I purged, I felt wonderfully cleansed of all the negativity that I had been holding on to. I felt lighter and so thankful. I sat there looking into the trash can at the shadow which had been obscuring my light. It was a more physical process, but the emotional attachment was there. It was at this point that I felt another calling, to try the medicine intravenously. I had not considered this route of administration before, but I had a strong feeling that this was the right way for me to take the medicine. My association with needles has only been positive with the use of administrating psychedelic medicines, so I carry a sacred association with them. I lit sandalwood incense and put on a playlist of music I had been putting together over time for trips, before gathering the injecting supplies. As my milligram scale is not accurate for anything below 5 mg, I knew I would not be able to weigh out the 3 milligrams or less dose I was planning on taking. I sterilised all my utensils and weighing dish with isopropyl alcohol. Then I weighed out 7 milligrams on the scale, drew up 1 cc or milliliter of purified sterile water into the syringe, and added it to the powder. The powder dissolved very quickly and easily. My plan was to inject 0.4 cc's, which would come to a total of 2.8 milligrams, 7/10 equals 0.7, and 0.7-4 equals 2.8. Just below the highest dose tested in this ROA by Shulgin, 3 milligrams. I felt quite relaxed as I found the vein on the first try, got the flag and began to carefully inject, watching to make sure I did not pass my mark of 0.4 cc's. After just injecting 0.2 cc's, I was already beginning to feel a slight tryptamine buzz, almost like prickles of electricity building up at the back of my skull. I had no problem maintaining focus to finish the injection. Remember, this was not emptying the whole barrel. Removing the needle, putting the cap back on and laying down. The moment I lay down, I was feeling one of the most rapid come-ons I had ever experienced. The electric buzz starting at the base of my skull or brainstem moved forward through my brain. Intoxication and loss of motor control increasing until it reached the prefrontal cortex. There was an ever-increasing dissociation matched with a string of thoughts. What the fuck have you just done? Can you believe you just injected yourself with that? Maybe something has gone wrong. Maybe you overdosed. You've really done it this time. Though there was nothing to do but just trust and surrender, because there was no one there to verify anything. In the midst of my confused terror, I was simultaneously filled with some of the greatest bliss I have ever experienced in my life. I let go and accepted. I released into the bliss and was shown what was holding me back. I was filled with the greatest love. I was shown all the moments that I had shared the infinite love with others, and then shown all the times that I had not. All the people I had hurt, and all the people I would hurt because I would now be dead. There were no tears, but I said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was sorry for the pain that I had caused. I was sorry for leaving before finishing my work here. I was sorry I didn't fulfill everything that I meant to fulfill. Then I thought about my family and friends. The people that had all cared for me and been present for me along my journey. "I love you. I love you," I said. And then, this is as far as symbolic language can describe, I merged with God. I was in the eternal energetic ocean, the energy that fills all living beings. The vibrations of my karma rippled out and were lost in the vastness of this energy. We are all one, and we are part of this incredible ocean of love. I was reminded where I came from. I muttered, "How could I have forgotten?" to myself, and tears streamed down my face. I was going to die now, and I had not realised this love until now, and it was too late. I accepted this, however, and in the moment I did, I suddenly was given the sensation that no, I was not going to die at all. The tears continued, stronger now. I felt so thankful. Thankful for the experience, for the opportunity to be alive. They weren't tears of relief, they were tears of realisation. I was no longer afraid to die. I laid down in my bed, my left arm stretched out, hanging over the edge of the bed towards the window. "Thank you," I said. In that instant, the clouds in the sky parted and a sunbeam lit up my hand. It was no hallucination. I could feel the heat of the sun, and felt strongly that this was a sign from God. This was a direct communication. Always be thankful. Remember your eternal connection to everything. Everything is God. My mission in life was clear now. I had chosen this life to help others come to know this truth, to know the bliss of existence. I was here to help guide others to liberation and to ascend to greater existence. I could see ways in which I had helped people communicate with Source, to know its existence. There was still much more for me to do, however, but I knew that I was on the right path. The waves of bliss continued as I became gradually more aware of my body. I felt the most positive impressions fill my mind and spirit. All energy was cleared and I was in total awe. At this point, I had strong urges to run and tell someone about what I had just experienced. I worried that I would forget. I allowed these thoughts to pass and focused on staying with this momentary bliss. I focused on how I wanted to move forward in my life, how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted my relationship with my body to be. I committed myself to taking care of my body and working to listen to it. It is what enables me to carry out my work here, and if I don't take care of it, my abilities to help others will be limited, and thus I will shortchange myself and my potential. I'm sure that as time goes on and I continue to reflect upon this experience, I will remember more aspects of it. I will most likely have flashbacks to this experience as I go forward in life, in the same way that you might remember something wise your friend told you that sticks with you for the rest of your life. I would consider this among the most powerful and important psychedelic experiences I've ever had. I've experienced many entheogens at various doses, and am considered by many to be a seasoned psychonautic voyager and healer. This medicine is not to be taken lightly. It shouldn't be taken if one is not committed to surrendering completely to the experience, nor if one does not feel, in some capacity, willing to experience rebirth in the fullest sense of that word. Following the experience, I am filled with a deep inner peace regarding the path I am walking in this life. I am accepting of the work that I will need to continue doing on myself going forward. I have faith in myself, and I trust the process. There will be ups and downs, there will be doubts and confusion, but through it all, there is always love. And the very fact of existing is one of the greatest testaments to that love. It is right here, right now. I feel incredibly blessed to have had this experience, and hope that the positive impressions received will radiate outwards to many, many souls along my journey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Love and blessings, always and forever. Self-realization and oneness. First time user with lots of other previous exploration. It's like the line from The Matrix where Neo is asked if he wants to take the red pill or the blue pill. If I'd been not prepared to have the illusion of the world crumble and the veil pulled aside, I would have left it for now until I felt called to do it. Sunday morning, 11 AM. No food since the previous evening. One very experienced person was with me, and I was laying back on the couch with soft music playing. I prepared myself mentally to totally surrender into the experience by doing some yogic breathing and holding, bandhas, and breath holds. I'm not sure about the dose, but it was one hit of white crystal or powder, held as long as possible, approximately 40 seconds. I had worked with DMT several times in the past and was prepared for a similar shock. I've had numerous experiences with high dose mushroom journeys, large dose LSD psychotherapy sessions, as well as traditional ayahuasca sessions and DMT. In addition, I've practiced Hatha Yoga for over 5 years and have worked with altered states in holotropic breathing sessions, as well as rebirthing, tantric yoga and gestalt practice. All of these experiences have been approached with an intention for transformation that filters into everyday awareness. What I got after about 30 seconds of one hit was an immediate complete disillusion of any identity and emerging into the oneness, timeless, pure awareness and light energy of the universe, which we are, as above, so below, the macrocosm within the microcosm. An enlightenment experience, complete clarity, similar in some ways with a previous samadhi meditation experience. I also had the experience of energetically dumping everything that I had been holding onto from the past up to that point in my life. There was a knowingness that all of my previous suffering was designed perfectly and got me to this point in time where I could have such a direct experience of our true nature. The experience lasted roughly 10 minutes. As I started to come down, I noticed the strong expectation that this would have an immediate effect on my experience of the material world. After about 30 minutes though, that was not the case. Everything was back to normal. I began to have a hard time remembering certain realizations of the experience that had previously been so obvious and seemed like I would remember. I know that in the past insights from these types of high impact experiences, they start to filter wisdom into normal awareness. This was very different than my 3 DMT experiences. In those I seemed to be in other dimensions that clearly had entities present with vibrant visuals. I also did not experience the initial terror of the DMT experience. With 5-MeO I seemed to go beyond everything, to nothing, no thing. It was a much smoother and gentler experience, more loving. What did all this mean? Well, I'm not sure. I'm still integrating the experience. I continue to be deluded by the illusions of the world and my mind or thoughts, and really truly believe, in my normal awareness, that I am a person limited by my false identity and thoughts about myself and the world. It certainly showed me a state of perception that I can have again. In meditation, I now have a better idea of what letting go is and how to do it, of what being present is as well. Now, I see that the calling for me is to learn to move through the different stages of awareness without being assisted by substances, although they do continue to be teaching tools. The work is to continue to distinguish between the lower self and the higher self, and to integrate as I go through my day-to-day life. The importance of having a practice to integrate the different states of awareness on a regular basis is more obvious, and therefore strengthens my commitment. In my case, it's yoga. I would definitely do it again with no problem, but will caution others to only do it if it calls to you, and to prepare for the intensity and totality of it the best you can. Intention is key. Surrender is the answer. The Beauty of Nothing. A 5-MeO DMT trip report by the dude. Uploaded to earwid.org March 13, 2008. The journey I am about to describe took place while I was a freshman in college. Back then, I was in a rather severe state of depression, and was desperate to find a more joyful world perspective. This is why I was the only one who dared to smoke the super hallucinogen 5-MeO DMT. I was in a friend's room, which was full of people. I was already somewhat inebriated at this point, so I was kind of in an anything goes state of mind. I decided not to restrain this mindset. Instead, I got the brilliant idea of smoking a shitload of 5-MeO DMT. I did this in my friend's room, and right in front of everybody. The first hit gave me a nice psychedelic euphoria. I then decided to take an even larger hit. This time, it was far more intense and alien than I could have possibly imagined under normal circumstances. The only solid memory I have is that I fell down on the floor and watched the room and my friends break up into static, much like what you would find on a television set that isn't tuned into any channel. I have a vague memory of a complete whiteout occurring, during which I thought that I can either roll with it or fight it. I decided to roll with it. After that, my thoughts ceased to exist, and my senses shut off completely. I could not hear, see, smell, taste, or feel anything. When I say I couldn't see, you shouldn't think that I was seeing blackness as a symbol of nothingness. I truly saw nothing. I ceased to have any memory of that sense. It was much like what a lifelong blind person would see. Nothing. Fortunately, despite the extreme sensory deprivation, I was still having a great experience. It almost seemed like I had a sixth sense that I could only access while on 5-MeO DMT. I entered a state of infinite bliss that was so incredible that it seemed totally impossible. I imagine that what I experienced is much like what the Buddhists seek, Nibbana or Nirvana. The joy and ecstasy I felt in that moment was absolutely infinite. I'm not sure how long I stayed that way, but I certainly had no sense of time. Then, the experience came to an abrupt halt, and I sat up and saw the room and my friends. The experience was so jaw-dropping that I couldn't speak for several minutes. The first words that came out of my mouth were, "That was incredible!" Chris asked me if I remembered the experience, but I couldn't. The only way I could describe it was to say that the experience was completely impossible. My friends told me that after I took the hit, I fell on the ground and began rolling around, practically to the point of convulsing. Apparently, I had a happy look on my face during the whole experience though. So, that was my first 5-MeO DMT experience, but it doesn't end there. In the nights that followed, I had incredibly vivid lucid dreams. They were so lucid in fact, that each time I had one I became convinced that I had died. The most intriguing dream involved an inner female psychiatrist who wouldn't let me wake up unless I had a therapy session with her. This got me very upset. I felt trapped. But I accepted her authority and sat down to talk to her in a room that appeared to be exactly like my living room at home. In fact, the house we were in was exactly like my own home. The psychiatrist looked very much like Leia from Star Wars. She also had the ability to turn into large animals, mainly overgrown cats. She told me that I wasn't crazy, but that I did have severe anxiety issues. In order to help me resolve them, she took me back in time to go through each and every traumatic incident that had ever occurred in my life. I was actually put directly into those situations and was able to change the outcomes. After that was done, we visited the kitchen where I got to meet myself as an old man. His name was Old Age. We talked for a bit, but then I woke up right in the middle of our conversation. When I awoke, I felt like a great weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I usually have trouble getting up. This time though, I had no trouble whatsoever. I felt completely energized. I also felt relieved that I was still alive. Unfortunately, I felt that the dream had ended too abruptly. I felt like I still had work to do, and I was sure that I'd go back there the next time I fell asleep. To my dismay, it was never to be. Still, I consider myself quite lucky to have had these experiences in the first place. I honestly think that the experiences that I went through helped me to become a better person. These life-altering memories will stay with me till the day I die. It's a good indication that death is not final, and therefore should not be feared. If it wasn't for these experiences, I'm sure that I would have become an atheist. Now, that can never happen. After these experiences, my belief in God has become intrinsic and intractable. My fear of life and death have been overcome completely. I'm now beginning to see what a beautiful universe we live in. And as long as I live, this faith shall never yield. Friday night alone in the universe. A 5MEO DMT trip report by Emo Earache, uploaded to Earwid October 21st, 2006. I'm pretty sure I killed myself, and about 5 to 7 minutes after that, I'm pretty sure I was completely reborn. The past year or so has brought about quite a shift in my own perceptual understanding of reality, and definitely altered my limited understanding as to how the true construct of existence can be defined. Though they have not been the sole source of my own changes in consciousness over this time period, psychedelic drugs have been major catalysts in the changes my being has undergone within the past year. During this period, I've had the great opportunity to experience dozens of times of substances like 2CI, my favourite, 2CE, MDMA, Salvia, DMT, and 5MEO DMT. With each substance I have had extremely interesting and unique experiences. On Christmas Eve of 2005, I smoked DMT for the first time, and actually saw what I now believe to have been Indra's net in action, as a giant sparkling green grid flowing infinitely in every direction, only to then observe it transform into a giant smiling god face from which limitless love, beauty and joy emanated. On 2CE, I broke down into tears after coming to a full realization of the animosity within my own family towards each other, vowing never to allow myself to become as separated from my siblings as my father has become from his. And on 2CI, I have experienced such psychedelic comfort and creative expression as to allow me to finally be comfortable being weird in each creative outlet I pursue, regardless of any lack of true talent. But I can say, without a doubt, that the last experience I had with 5MEO DMT was absolutely the most powerful psychedelic experience I have ever endured. I'll admit that pretty much every single one of the other 9 times I had smoked 5MEO, I was pretty drunk before taking the toke. I'm not sure I would have had the courage to take that first inhalation without being quite toasted, even though normally I could be pretty confident in my own abilities to handle these intense situations. Every time I had previously smoked 5MEO though, all I felt was absolute bliss. From the moment the effects would begin, I would have a smile on my face. The fuzzy beauty and rollicking infinite sensations would take me away for an immensely immersive trip, and upon coming back to self-realization and my own normal consciousness, I would practically be laughing with joy at the returning. However, this last trip was definitely a bit different. I suppose lately I have been somewhat down on myself, as I'm a 25-year-old recent college graduate who is living at home with his parents, wondering just what the heck I'm going to do with my life, and a bachelor's degree in English. Deciding how to forge a career in our society is not something that is easily concluded for me, nor do I consider picking out one thing to spend a vast amount of my existence engaging in a no-brainer. So anyway, let's just say I've been confused, a bit depressed, and also a bit stuck in a rut as far as how my life is proceeding. This mindset has also, consequently, led me to indulge in alcohol far, far more than I should be doing. Which leads me to the night of the experience. It was a Friday night, around 1 AM, and since I had nothing to do and was bored and physically tired, I've been working every day for about 4 weeks straight at 2 different jobs. I was just sitting at home drinking a little beer, not really doing much of anything. After about 4 beers, I was somewhat buzzed, but not that much, as my tolerance for alcohol has increased quite a bit over the past 6 months or so. I was, however, just emboldened enough by the liquid courage to get it in my head that maybe smoking a little 5-MeO would be worth a go. I think this willy-nilly approach to taking a hit of this stuff should give you an idea of how unprepared I was for this attempt. At least all the other times, I was with other people and drunk and having a good time before smoking it. I sat on my bed and filled the pipe with a pinch of tobacco and placed a little pile of crystals right on top of that. I have no idea how much DMT was in the pipe. Every other time we had smoked this stuff we just eyeballed it, incrementally increasing the dose until we came to a good idea of how much was enough. This looked like enough, or in retrospect, maybe just a little more than enough. I turned off the lights, put on some headphones and started the Live Dead Dark Star. With a little bit of anxiety and a little less preparation than I should have had, I took one huge harsh toke. I held this in almost as long as I could, and by the time I blew out the smoke and laid on my back, things had begun. The first few moments felt like the settling in for a huge 5-MeO experience, but this was nothing I hadn't felt before. It felt like the tingling beauty I was used to that usually made me smile as things really began. For some strange reason though, I wasn't smiling this time. The initial onset was quick and overwhelming, and as I had experienced before on previous trips, I just became immersed in the effects and let go. However, all of a sudden my conscious mind snapped back to me, and I realised I was in a place that felt like blasting eternity. The music, from what I could understand at least, was stretching out into infinite notes, no longer adhering to the concept of seconds or minutes or time itself. This eternity I'd entered was a place where time does not exist, and the music was just a part of this eternity as I was now. For some reason, as soon as I entered this eternity, I was still I. My thoughts and my ego were still intact, and quickly I had a very basic reaction to blasting into infinity. I thought I had died. Just like that, I was sure I had died. Fuck. I've just killed myself. I'm dead. I'm dead and I'm not going to come back. There was no other way to explain it. I had died. I knew I was never going to return from this forever. The winds of eternity were to be forever blasting through my mind, and I was going to be smudged in this place, just as the notes I could barely make out were smudged infinitely across the perceivable spectrum of sound. Everything I was feeling was going to last forever, and now I was dead. For a moment in infinity, I even thought of someone walking into my room and finding my body, as I was eternally trapped in the vast expanses of this weird, uber-frightening eternity. And on top of that, I also had the feeling that I was going completely crazy, just absolutely nuts. Not only was I dead, and stuck in this awesomely overpowering, never-ending moment, I was going out of my mind, and was going to stay like that forever. It was as if the fuzzy vibrations that constituted eternity were gently, yet powerfully, vibrating in my consciousness, batting my brain around in an increasingly intense spiral of ego-jarring madness. This frightened me even more, and I was now fully convinced I was dead, crazy, and never going to come back to reality as I'd once understood it. In this moment, as strange as it sounds, everything lasted forever. Then, as if I were a drowning man who spies the end of a thin stick diving through the water to help bring him back, my normal reality began to return, giving me a little something to grip onto as eternity, ever so slightly, began to recede. The music in my ears began to take on the properties of time once again. My dying ended, and I was able to recognise my room again, seeing that I was here and alive and sitting cross-legged on my bed. Everything was becoming normal again. Everything was returning. And oh my god, this returning felt like a rebirth. I was reborn from death. I now felt the most soul-shaking joy and wonder I have ever felt in my entire life. I was so happy to be alive, to have come back from death, to have been given a second chance at not only life, but birth. I killed myself. And it was not everything I thought it might be. In fact, it was just my death and I. From now on, I'd rather try and become, rather than blast again through the tumultuous peril of my own death, and joy of my own birth once again. Yeah, okay, I just scared the shit out of myself, and I think I've decided to make some changes in my own being. For starters, I want to quit drinking. Then, I want to grow up. Maybe go back to school and work on a master's. Also, maybe begin work on a teaching credential somewhere. My life is in shambles, and that is something I cannot die with again. I need to straighten things out. I only hope I can remember the fresh beginning again when the time comes for action. Holy fuck. Not the most amazing personal insights to ever be reached, but for a directionless person like myself, it is definitely a start. Though still in a state of extreme excitement, I was able to fall asleep quite easily. It was the rest I definitely needed. The next day I wasn't nearly as shaken up, but still I felt a little upbeat and glowing. While at work in the library, every once in a while, whilst quietly shelving books, a huge smile would arch across my face as I remembered the experience as much as I could. Upon reflection, even as I was convinced I was dying, what I felt was still beautiful, though frighteningly so. The overall experience was so overwhelming, I can only look back on it now and view the whole thing as the most truly mind-blowing experience I have ever felt. Hopefully I'll be able to integrate my thoughts at the time into positive realizations and actions, but I guess only time will tell. It's up to me living here and now to make the necessary changes in my life. I hope I don't have to experience death again in order to remember how I should be living. Will I smoke again? Not anytime soon, but yes, I believe I will. Eternity is a fascinating and beautiful place, even if it's not to be engaged in with an ego. But it is a real part of existence, and it can't be ignored if we are to keep on living as beings existing on a strange blue ball, hovering in the middle of an infinite black universe we are barely beginning to understand. A 60mg 5-MeO DMT trip report, sent in by a subscriber, Calais Banan. Thank you so much for sending this in, really loved your report, and I think you guys are going to love it too, so let's get stuck into it. Writing or attempting to describe this substance is very challenging, so there'll be some metaphors. This is, however, the best thing that has happened to me, despite what I went through during this brief trip. The first dose was about 10 to 15 milligrams smoked in a cigarette. We opened a window and I lit up with small crystals of 5-MeO DMT interlaced within the tip of the smoke. I took a first, very deep drag and felt the harsh vapour rush down my body through my throat and deep into my lungs, as a flavour of burnt electronics dominated. I held the smoke inside for about 5 to 6 seconds, and in the same moment I started to feel like my body weighed down onto my legs like lead, but that I could jump up and absolutely take off at the same time. My vision started to curl up and fold onto itself, as if a pillar of warm air had started to rise along me, dragging me upwards towards something beyond the sky. Now something began to detonate in my head, except very slowly, and for the first time in my life I understood that what all this nonsense about the ego meant, and now it was going to be destroyed. After about 2 seconds, I couldn't muster any more strength to hold the smoke inside my lungs anymore, although it felt like much longer. I collapsed on my couch, but couldn't tell if it was made out of rock or air. As the last pieces of me started to scatter outwards and ascend, I managed my last toke and felt the world violently spaghettify upwards. My heart was beating so fast that it felt like the next beat came before the first one had been. My ego was no more. It was impossible to think. I, as a concept, had been forgotten. Pain, serenity, love, hate, anger, joy. Everything came as waves from my stomach and upwards, through my head, even further beyond where I now was. The feelings were meaningless, because me, my ego, didn't exist. I just was. I felt literal waves of emotion crashing on my body, and a sense of drowning entered me. After a couple minutes of reality time, everything was over and my ego was back in one piece. I had large amounts of vomit in my throat and running down my body, and I was feeling very light. This could have been it, but I was granted a second chance and miraculously avoided asphyxiating without the aid of my incapacitated friends. As I was washing myself in the bathroom, I could have finished the trip there and go back to my normal life. But, in a fashion very opposed to my normal, meek psychological disposition, it felt like settling for less. I had to go back up again. And as I decided to snort a line of about 30 to 40 mg, my fate was sealed. There was no turning back now. It was easier to snort it than I had anticipated. It burnt slightly, but I had read previously that it would be way more painful. I went to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. The burning sensation, however, didn't subside. It grew continuously, like an elevator descending excruciatingly slowly to ridiculous levels that felt like an evil comedy, like it was some kind of joke. I still simply cannot fathom what kind of deranged lunatic could be the architect of a sensation like this. This pain, it's some kind of cheap trick, it's simply not possible, I thought, until I realised, oh my god, it really is though, I'm actually in hell. I was now only me. Everything negative that I had suppressed, all the shame, all the pain I had swept under the rug without working through, attacked me. You could compare it to a naked man armed only with a water noodle standing before a charging million men-sized army of Spartans. But despite that, you would be immortal, so you could not escape this cruel reality. It went on for so long and so relentlessly that I felt like normal reality was just a thin shell that I'd clung to my whole life, which existed upon what I was now experiencing. Like a bastion of water in a horrifying sea of scorching hot sand that I had now been flung out into, and was now in a crawl of shame attempting to make my way back to my little pretend land. Simultaneously, an unrelenting laugh track of my memories were playing over my precarious situation, with visions of cacophonous arrangements of infinite people, twisting and turning in absolute stunning delight, and laughter over my endless suffering, while mutilating and raping my entrails, which they stretched out from my body over and beyond the horizon. The sentence, "I'm actually in hell," didn't mean that I had entered hell. To me it meant I had always been in hell, and that it was everything that has or will ever exist. My friends, which had snorted about 30 milligrams each, were talking next to me. I felt alone and forgotten. I had only a small glimmer of hope, and it was a tiny little part of me that told me, face them and fight. I didn't understand that thought, but it gave me feelings of hope that this would all soon be over, but would have to fight the army before me. It represented all my wounds that I had been carrying. It was me and them, I was laying there, feeling like I was dying. My friends later told me that it looked like I was peacefully contemplating, and they let me be during my experience. But for me, there was no such thing, only pain. It was now I heard my friend who had also taken 5-MeO DMT with me tell my friends, "Oh, love. Everything is love. Everything loves me." I didn't understand the language, but the meaning touched me. I grew stronger and larger as the army before me withered away. Eventually I could with a mere thought erase them. I had won. I succeeded. The normal external reality started to caress my senses once again in sweeping motions. First came touch, then sound, then finally vision. "Are you back now? What happened?" And I started to feel what my friend was feeling. It felt like being born. My mother was the world in reality, which welcomed me with unconditional love. Everything was beaming with love. The feeling in my body was of total happiness, freedom, and love. Me and the world were the same being. I didn't become one with the world. I was the world, like the world was me. And I loved the world like I now loved myself. And the world loved me just the same. I rapidly regained control of my body, and we decided to go into the garden behind this house. Further away in the forest, I felt how all the trees, animals, the sun, and the sky were radiating love itself. I started to realise that I had been freed of my wounds that I had been carrying for so long. I felt light and in harmony. I was reborn that day. I died and was born again. And the world I was born into is the world as it should be, without being poisoned by the things that had been residing inside me. Deep Synchronicity and Divine Grace, a 5-MeO DMT trip report by Sci-Fi, uploaded to Erowid August 9th, 2004. This was my first 5-MeO experience, and I certainly had some trepidation before doing it. I was blessed to have an experienced, sensitive, and very wise guide to watch over me. I learnt many things from her, both about this amazing substance and about the world in general, so I'd like to pass that information on to you now. There is a lot of discussion about dosage, since this substance is both dose sensitive and smokable quantities are so small, 5 to 10 milligrams. She told me that it is difficult to end up smoking too much if you smoke it the right way, so you don't have to be so exact in your measurements. This substance absolutely requires you to have a babysitter, especially since it acts so quickly, and you could easily drop the pipe and burn yourself and not even know it. So always do this with an assistant, one who can preferably help you with the last hit or two. The first thing is to put in the material above the size of a matchstick head. This works out to around 5 to 10 milligrams, which is more than enough for most people to go all the way. The next thing is to light it for a few seconds to fill your pipe with smoke, and then begin to pull the smoke in very slowly, like a slow count to 7, all the while having your partner continue vaporizing the material. Hold the smoke for at least 10 seconds if you can. Then take another slow hit and repeat the above. By this point you'll probably feel the effects coming on very quickly, but if you stop here you'll probably achieve a sub-threshold experience. So if you can, continue to use all of your willpower and remain present to take another hit as above. The material will take over very soon no matter what you do anyway, and you won't be able to take any more. By doing it slowly with this counting procedure, it prevents you from taking in too much, so this is about both pace and technique. The next is setting. We did this outdoors on a mild summer's day in a remote, green, beautiful, tranquil area. I've always preferred the outdoors while tripping, and I heard that this is the best place to do 5-MeO, as long as your body is in a safe resting place and there's someone to watch over you. Most people I know like to trip at night. I like to trip in the daytime though. For me it's more inviting, warm and reassuring. With a full-blown 5-MeO trip, you completely leave this universe of time, space, matter, and any memory of having been you. And when you come back, it can be quite a shock to rediscover your three-dimensionality and humanness, so ask yourself where you want to come back to. Okay, on to my experience now. I never got past the second inhale, and I was already off. I knew this experience is about letting go, and I did just that, only a little too soon. So I never took that third toke to go all the way. Nevertheless, I had the most powerfully sublime experience of my life. I was amazed at how quickly, yet smoothly I left this space and went into an entirely different one. I've read many trip reports saying it is almost impossible to describe, but I will do my best, and perhaps because I didn't go all the way, I might be able to do just that. With a few seconds after my second dose, I went entirely into this new place. It was deeply significant, exponentially synchronistic, ancient, present, the future, it was all there, it was all one. There was no time, rather a multiplicating web of cross-connected meaning. There were no visuals exactly, it was more than any visual could ever describe. There was light though. This place was filled with white light, a kind of multi-dimensional shifting light that corresponded with all the interpenetrating synchronicities. I could see my whole life up to that point having come to an end, and I crossed this threshold into something else. I never thought I died, so much as I would never, ever be the same again. I definitely had the feeling this time I really did it. I've gone too far. I've now entered some deep, complex shamanistic initiation that has revealed to me the true meaning of all that is, that everything that I thought I knew was wrong, that this very alien, yet deeply synchronistic, threatening but beautiful space is what I needed to surrender to. As I surrendered, I felt this deep reception of divine grace, a gift of total unconditional love washing all over me. As this happened, it occurred to me that everything I was, everything I've done, everything that's previously meaningful, everything that I've ever known, will never come back. I was faced with this utter annihilation. I started to deeply cry, feeling this heart aching, reaching back to hold on to the life I had with my wife, and feeling I would never see her again. And then, I remembered that I needed to let go, to die. And so I breathed deeply, trying to surrender. And then I reached out to my wonderful guide to see if she could help me let go. And then I realised I was coming back. I remembered who I was, that I was here, and I wouldn't lose my wife, that my life was coming back. And then right there, that moment, I wept deeper than I have in my whole life. I felt the deepest sense of gratitude and love for my existence, for my blessed and wonderful guide. She extended deep compassion towards me. She held me in her arms, and I continued to weep as she provided the most nourishing support a guide could ever give, deep spiritual connectedness and union. I continued to cry and express the deepest gratitude I had in my whole life, love for both my guide and my wife. I also realised how much pain and paranoia I've been hanging on to for so long. This is what my guide calls cycles. I went through this deep cleansing of these fears, paranoias and aches, and felt more and more cleansed each moment. It was deeply beautiful, religious. I felt reborn, or as my guide likes to say, reset. This is an amazing experience. I would say I got about as far as you can go without going all the way. It was as if I was striding the fence between this world and the other. For a few timeless seconds, I was in this way out indescribable space. It was as if I slid into this other, completely separate dimension and then slid back soon afterwards. Had I taken the third hit fully, I have no doubt I would have gone all the way and had something to ache into what other people have described of this substance. I now have a very deep respect for 5-MeO, and I do plan on trying it again before too long. One thing that struck me was that this experience came on so quickly, yet so smoothly, as if we were designed for it, and that right now is the time for those who are ready to move into these other spaces, and to become humble servants to wherever it's taking us through this current transitional period, through the bottleneck of the coming singularity. I now have faith that we are going to make it. Although there may well be lots of deaths, maybe even a world plague or some other awful catastrophe, we humans, our consciousness, our legacy, will continue. Our descendants will look back on us with deep gratitude for having been around right now, ushering humanity, transhumanity, through this threshold into something glorious. I'm no longer afraid of that. I now feel my life is meaningful. I feel deeply grateful to be alive. These are my insights from a trip with 5-MeO DMT. The dose was 17 milligrams, plugged. Reality is an infinite whole-on, and God is the final whole-on. The whole-on which contains every other whole-on. God is a circle drawn without a line. Reality is a single infinite painting that has no frame. It's impossible to imagine such a painting, but if you carefully look around, you'll realise that that's what you are always experiencing, being. In your eternal experience of the present moment, where can you locate the frame that contains your reality? At the moment of physical death, your finite holon will be reabsorbed by the infinite holon. Your inner dialogue is God listening to his own voice. At this very moment, probably, God is not so conscious because he can't access the infinite consciousness of the entire holon. It's as if a neuron inside your brain would be disconnected from the entirety of your neuronal system. Obviously, the capacity of understanding of the single neuron will be greatly reduced, compared with the capacity of understanding of a neuron infinitely connected with universal mind. A neuron which is able to open a connection with infinite mind becomes infinite mind. In the neuron analogy there is a fallacy. A neuron inside the brain can actually die, but what you are is the life that animates the neuron itself and that flows boundless inside infinite mind. Death is impossible because there is nothing else outside the infinite single holon. Life has no opposite. God can behave like an idiot through you because, right now, you don't have access to the wisdom of the whole. God, as the infinite holon, is constantly aware of each one of your thoughts. Your thoughts are his thoughts, which might be very well dumb thoughts. Talking telepathically with the infinite holon is bizarre, to say the least. The voice that asks the question is the same voice that answers the question. Every distinction in the single holon is purely imaginary. Truth is one, but God can imagine distinctions through his own imagination. If God is all there is, the only chance to interact with itself is by imagining differences inside itself. The reality that you perceive every day is entirely made up of differences that are only inside your mind. If you could stop imagining these differences, reality would be revealed as God. I still need to understand way more about imagination. I've done around 15 trips with 5-MeO-DMT at low doses, 10 to 17 milligrams. I can have amazing insights with this substance and great experiences, but I still don't feel comfortable about increasing the dose and accessing infinity, because, in the past, I have had a terrible LSD trip in which I actually experienced insanity. I have learned my lesson the hard way. Now with 5-MeO-DMT, the insanity sometimes seems coming up again. I can remember parts of the LSD trip which I had completely forgotten, and that is quite scary. This doesn't happen with mushrooms. I have much more experience, and I can kind of surf the wave of insanity, but this is kind of bugging me. My theory is that in order to access higher states of consciousness, I need to work on, let go of, that super intense LSD trip which I was not ready at all to have 3 years ago. With the word quote-unquote insanity, I mean experiencing aspects of non-duality, but these aspects don't seem quote-unquote positive at all. Like sometimes while tripping, the universe/reality seems like a fucking stupid joke made up by a crazy mind. My own mind. This kind of experience is scary as fuck. Should I keep working with low doses until I finally let go of the fear experience of insanity and clean my consciousness? Any input about this issue would be appreciated. I'm a 33-year-old male living in a beach suburb of Los Angeles. I'm healthy and do not use medication of any kind, or supplements, herbs, etc. My first experience with psychedelics was with LSD when I was 16, and I have also used mescaline, mushrooms and NN-DMT. For the past 2 years I have been using exclusively NN-DMT and psilocybin mushrooms, and has been fully immersed in wisdom traditions which can broadly be referred to as non-duality. I first became interested in 5-MeO-DMT many years ago. It's impossible to know exactly when. Terence McKenna didn't have much to say about it, feeling that the lack of visual activity was a shortcoming of the compound. Hamilton Morris botched some parts of its history in a Season 2 episode of his Vice show, only to make a spectacular comeback to kick off Season 3. Memes and myths about psychedelic toads are common enough that even the lay person has heard of licking toads to get high, but that's not the route of administration called for here. Incilius alvarius, formerly Bufo alvarius, aka the Sonoran desert toad or Colorado river toad, the largest toad in North America. This unassuming creature is recognisable by the venom sacs on its arms, legs, back and parotid. When the toads emerge from hibernation en masse, one can collect their venom by squeezing the glands, thereby spraying the excretion onto a piece of clean glass. After a period of drying, the venom contains 15% 5-MeO-DMT, which can then be scraped and vaporised. When heated in a glass pipe, one long toke of this pungent vapour will produce what is widely regarded as the most intense and theogenic experience possible. In recent years, as relationships between US and Mexico-based practitioners grow, a beautiful and theogenic culture is being birthed, with the toad at its centre. Over the past 2 years, my father and I fell in love with the synergy between NN-DMT and non-duality, and he is rather active on social media in sharing his insights and perspective. We have a special bond, and after I shared NN-DMT with him, he has served himself on several occasions. 2 weeks before this experience, someone reached out to him on social media, curious if the information he's been sharing was catalysed by an encounter with 5-MeO. After some discussion, an exchange of names and numbers, and the auspicious alignment of several vectors, we booked a 6 PM session in Malibu. Fast forward 2 weeks. The day arrived. I fasted and left work early in order to buy some comfortable clothes for the experience, and to give myself time and space to settle. Mild nervousness began to set in at this point. Sweaty palms. It was 2 hours until the ceremony, and I took time to sit and follow my breath and refine my intention for the encounter. I left home with time to spare for unexpected changes in traffic and a beach meditation en route to the facilitator's home. After the drive and a few minutes spent admiring the Pacific, I met my father at the entrance to the house. If you imagine a cross between a hobbit house, a cathedral and an organic spaceship overlooking the ocean, the image will not be far off. We were greeted by one of the facilitators, Luna, who informed us that the previous guest was still processing and integrating, which gave us time to chat poolside with Jeremy, the lead facilitator. Jeremy is also my father's name, and like my father, he spent most of his career in Western medicine. This is one of many synchronicities which surrounded this experience and continues to bubble up in my life. We shared awakening stories and practical information as the sun slowly set on the ocean, and when the time came we were ushered into the spacious and well-appointed interior. This is where the ceremony was conducted, and I couldn't have imagined a more comfortable or welcoming environment. All the expected design elements were present: raw wood, stone, and an altar whose centrepiece was a large amethyst geode which resembled a pair of open wings. Inside we were introduced to Alicia, the final of the 3 facilitators. We were cleansed with sage and moved into place on simple padded mats adorned with the likeness of Ganesha, which had been laid out on the floor. My father was to go first, and I would follow him 15 minutes later. The medicine was delivered in the eclipse, a type of vaporizer and a threaded end into which a vial containing one's individual dose is loaded, a most effective tool. Music came down, the lights dimmed, and incense was burned. This was it. Kneeling on the mat, my father was handed the pipe to hold between his palms, close to his heart, while one of the facilitators held a typed prayer before him to be read aloud. He read the prayer, and upon completion the dose was delivered. In one long inhalation, the entire dose was received, one single breath. My father lay down on his side where the facilitators quickly and gently rearranged pillows and blankets to support him. The effects come on immediately, and present differently depending on the individual's nature and needs. Not 10 seconds after the end of the inhalation, my father began vocalizing in a complex glossolalia. He was not speaking any language I know, or even know of, but the tone of the message was complete and utter astonishment. I couldn't help but smile, and at times barely contained myself as the joy turned to laughter, and tried to escape from me the way steam rises from boiling water. Eventually the mutterings gave way to English, and some of the quality of his experience came through. Unfathomable. Unfathomable. Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ. Of course. That's it. That's it. Jesus fucking Christ. I get it. Of course I get it. I get it. How could it be anything else? This settled down, and no more than 10 minutes after the dose, my father was resting peacefully, in deep communion with all that is. Jeremy asked me to step outside to speak to him. Would you like to take the medicine while standing? This is usually reserved for the second session onward, but based on your history I think it would be a beautiful experience. You remain upright, spine in alignment, bridging heaven and earth. I'll be right behind you, waiting to catch you when it comes on. Just fall back and we'll take care of you. How could I say no? We headed back inside and I stood at the edge of the mat while the final preparations were made. This was the moment of truth. Alicia cleansed my hands with Florida water. She gave me the pipe and held the prayer to read. At this time in writing the report, I am shivering and covered in waves of goosebumps as I coax the memory of that evening from out of the ether. I am love. I am health. I am peace. I deserve to be loved. I deserve to be happy. I deserve to be healthy. Now breathe it in, nice and slow. Good, good, more, more, more. Almost there, a bit more, good. The rich vapour is the taste of mystery. Its aroma is ancient, spiced, sweet and deep. Earthy and medicinal. More than anything it tastes of power. As I finished drawing it all in, the room quivered, suddenly filled not with air, but a vicious superfluid which was both more real and more dreamlike than waking perception. My arms were still raised, having lifted them over my head while taking the dose as instructed. As I lowered them I fell back not into the arms of a man, but into the boundless heart of creation. Am I going to do it? Am I going to say, it cannot be described, and then go on trying to describe it? I could spend the rest of my life in effort, and never get any closer to conveying the felt experience. Holy fucking shit. This is it. This is me. I am it. Imagine what it feels like to become history, to become expression, to become Tao. This is everything, complete and outside of time. It is the transcendental object at the end of time. It is loving, self-organising, infinite intelligence. All sense of who I am, that I am a who, was blown away in a great cosmic wind. All sensory experience merged into one orgasmic, orchestral cheer which echoed through the halls of creation. I am an old man basking in the sun. I am a wave crashing on the shore. I am touch, number, colour, smell, sound, taste, light, electricity, magnetism. I am the telling of a joke and the punchline. I am the intimate symmetry of flowers in bloom. I am liquid light in love with itself, dancing into form, dancing out of form. I am an impossible object of infinite potential. The only thing to do is everything, and so I do everything. I am every possible extreme and subtlety, the transcendence of quality. I am without quality, total. There is nothing to which or against which comparison is possible. All of reality is one. All of reality is one. This is a solvent. The problem solved itself. Holy shit, this is it. I felt the crystalline nature of the eternal moment precipitate from the supersaturated solution that is all the teachers and all the teachings of my life. The qualities of my father's loving wisdom are in me. I am them. I am the radical, insistent wisdom of Leo Gura, and I became him, and we were the universe. Astonished and weeping with joy at having done it again, we remembered. I laid there as the infinite descended into form, and all of reality knit itself back together. I opened my eyes. Perfect, brilliant stillness. Complete luminous abiding. Total radiant peace. I rested in the delicious feeling of being alive, of being life. I closed my eyes. "Hey bud, how you doing? You want another puff? It'll be like a deep meditation." Jeremy laid a gentle hand on my chest. How could I say no? I remained prone on the mat while Jeremy administered the second dose. The inhalation was slightly shorter, but the depth of this experience was just as profound as the first. The knowing was there again. What we call reality is the appearance of opposites, across all possible axes, in perfect dynamic equilibrium. In this configuration there is infinitely loving creative intelligence. Life trusts and loves itself completely, and so gives itself full permission to express itself completely. It's here, it's right there, for you to take it all. Something trying to move, and I have to allow it. Drawing a breath, I let out an exultant howl rising and then falling in the end. It felt like the ultimate acknowledgement of who I am. From somewhere in the distance I heard the howl return, a howl of recognition from my father. I howled again, jubilant. Who knows how long I lay merged with this unity? Eternity isn't a long time, it is the transcendence of time. Coming back, slowly, slowly, gently. Piecing together my individuality was like putting on the finest clothes. I whispered to myself, my name is Mason Newhouse. My father's name is Jeremy Newhouse. My mother's name is Lucian Pavot. I'm speaking the universe into existence. Satya is the truth of existence. I shuddered with bliss at the simple facts of my being. I bathed in that bliss for a moment, and wriggled cosily, feeling like a child in bed on a lazy Sunday morning. Eventually I sat up, and reflexively spit a congealed ball of emotion across the room, and looked at Alicia seated to my left. Well, that's it. Welcome to Utopia. Alicia smiled and nodded. The sun had set, and the spacious dimly lit space was rich with magic and the potent scent of toad venom. The room was thick with emotion, and I looked at my father on the mat beside me. "So that's it," he said. "That's it," I replied. 2 thumbs up. To my right and behind me I saw Luna, and heard her crying gently. There is the impression that something profound had just taken place, and everyone sat quietly together in pure, open awareness. My father and I hugged and laid on our backs, head to head, marvelling at what had just taken place. Jeremy came over to welcome us back. He thanked us for the beautiful session, saying that it brought him even closer to his own father, with whom he has shared this experience. We all sat together talking for a bit, about the experience we had, about the people it has helped, research being done, etc. It's nice to have a body, I say, and I mean it. A nice human thing. We all sat for a while, and as big talk turned to small talk, the evening drew to a close. I offered my deep gratitude to our facilitators, to the people who harvested this medicine, to the toad, to the earth, to the sky, to myself, to the self. Years, indeed lifetimes, could be spent in describing the awakened non-dual state, and that's exactly what's going on. All religions, mystery schools and spiritual traditions are pointing to this. There is nothing new I need to say or could say. Anyway I approach it, this experience is a transcendence. It's nothing like NN-DMT, and yet an obvious expansion on it. There was no way I could have prepared for it, but everything in my life led to that moment. It was infinite power and infinite gentleness. I have to choose to end the report here, lest I go on forever. I'm in no hurry to go back to that space, but I savour the thought of when the time comes to return. TLDR, I smoked dried toad venom and became God, which is synonymous with universe, love, Tao, reality, energy, intelligence, creation, imagination, consciousness, eternity, infinity, everything, nothing. This, here, now. The Beating Heart of Creation. A 5-MeO DMT trip report, uploaded to the Actualized.org forums by Brittle Buddha. Set. Anticipation, reassured confidence. Setting. A magical and inviting seaside home. Substance. 100 mg of toad venom, 15 to 20 mg of 5-MeO DMT. Tool. Eclipse vaporizer. Method. 1 long inhalation. Prologue. Almost a year since my first, and 6 months from my second and most recent experience with this miraculous substance, I found myself in the comfortable home and company of our beloved facilitators. I recently felt called once again, and had reached out to them. As is usual for me, the weeks after a date had been set were a time of highly charged energy, with many emotions coming to the surface, including anticipation, excitement, but also anxiety and fear. I'm a fairly timid psychonaut, and the facing and transmuting of these energies plays a significant part in my journey. Jeremy and Luna were joined this day by Tom, who has been developing alongside them recently as a facilitator. Tom met me as I waited outside and interviewed me as to my history and intentions regarding dosage and the like. I'm thinking somewhere in the 100 mg range, I said. Okay, absolutely, he said. I'll speak with Jeremy, but I'm sure that'll be fine. Tom is a kind, empathetic, and confidence-inspiring presence, and I soon found myself at greater ease. Tom would be administering the sacrament that day. Once inside, warm greetings were exchanged with Jeremy and Luna. Tom says you're interested in 100 mg, Jeremy half asked. I think that'll be beautiful. Here by yourself today? He continued. My previous 2 ceremonies had been in the company of my son Mason, whose absence was keenly felt. It's good to come alone at times. Preparations proceeded as I'd become familiar. Body cleansed with sage, hands with Florida water. The late afternoon sun spilling its golden energy onto the active surface of the ocean, dancing outside and below the great west-facing windows. The journey. The medicine was to be taken standing up, Jeremy behind to catch. The 3 practice breaths and 1 long, slow, deep inhale, arms slowly out and upward of the breath. Good, hold, said Tom. Look at me now. Look into my eyes, he coaxed gently. It's okay, look right into my eyes. The familiar high-pitched metallic whine began. The silver web of energy coming up behind the objects in my vision. The faint sensation of falling backwards. Unlike my first experience, awareness was, to a degree, maintained this time. Unlike my second, the self was immediately incinerated in a roiling orange, fractal plasma energy, which moved, much like I imagine a nuclear blast would, unhindered through the less substantial substrates of my identity. And then, nothing. And everything. What was felt was a return home, to a timeless, placeless awareness both intimate and vast, without centre or edge. A sense of being without definition or distinction. I cannot find the language to describe the state further, or whether intention or impression could shave meaning from it. I am left only with the memory of rapturous astonishment and gratitude. A newborn sense of awe and wonder, nestled safely in the certainty of unassailable being. The sensation was somewhat chaotic and unstable, however, as when deep asleep and trying to shake yourself out of a convincing nightmare. The power was almost too great to bear. Incendiary beauty, purity of energy, and a degree of aliveness uncontainable and uncontained. Again, words are no longer possible. This is where knowing fails. This is the domain of the heart. But the energy that arises at the door, as the final, boss-level duality, guarding the key to the palace of golden nectar, is the choice. The same choice that hides behind every seeming experience. To love or to fear. To love or to fear yourself. At the insistence of love, I surrendered. As reward, there was the sense of an endless, stacked, propagating barrage of orgasms, if orgasms are fueled by nitroglycerin. A perpetual, uncontrolled collapsing into and exploding out of the self in seeming response to the unsustainable attempt for it to be grasped. Thus began a period of spiritual inspiration and expiration, whereby some type of identity would form out of the mouth of the divine into a separate feeling, self-knowing state, and then suck back into the furnace of love to be further tempered and refined. I initially, possibly, misconstrued this point of the journey as an encounter of contractions formed from energetic shadows, concentric walls protecting the tower of the ego. Now I feel that each of these perturbations was the body-mind trying to reboot, trying to jumpstart and flee the existential threat of absolute love. Through grace and devotion, I was able to repeatedly let go, and was joyously welcomed again and again, back into ever-deepening pools of bliss and self-knowing. Perhaps this is a model which helps describe the infinite expression of the one essence. The absolute divides away from itself, having been unable to bear the intensity of its own unfathomable power. To reduce the pressure, so to speak, as capillaries tame the raging blood of the pulsing arteries before gently returning it into the veins and back home to the heart. At various points I would stop breathing, not the pathological loss of a vital function, but within the knowing that this tidal effort was no longer required for true living. At each cessation, I could feel the gentle fanning of deeply perfumed air onto my face at the urging of my loving guides. Breathe. Finally, as a last attempt to hijack self-realization, the body-mind opened its eyes and was met with a dizzying world of infinitely reflecting, fractal webs of translucent and iridescent seeming stained glass, each panel filled with iterations of the same loving feminine face, sometimes just the mouth, sometimes just the eyes, each reflecting the other like Indra's net. It was almost enough to pull me from the experience, but I was still very, very deep. Thinking that the trip was supposed to be over though, I felt powerless and afraid. Panicking slightly, I thought, briefly, about calling out for help, that I wanted it to stop. But for one last time, I found the courage to surrender, and was finally rewarded with the lesson I had come here to learn. The seas calmed, the fever broke, and in that moment it showed its face. My face. I love you, it said to me. As me. Through me. I love you. I love you. I love you. It was God professing its love for me, and for itself. It was me proclaiming my love for myself and for God. And it was God and I, as one, declaring our unconditional love for all that is, which only ever is, this moment, this message, this truth. There was the sense that I had made it, that it was over now. Opening my eyes through tears, I sobbed, "Thank you for not letting me stop before I got there. Thank you for giving me the courage to keep going all the way through to the end, to myself, to love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Now fully aware of the glory of this mysterious, improbable, miraculous gift of life, I yelled out, "What the fuck? Oh my fucking god! Life is too good to be true." As I came to more fully, there were the usual symmetrical arm movements and hand mudras. I lay back to enjoy the fading sacred geometry and revel in the gentle stream of downloading wisdoms. Tom appeared at my side. "You did so good," he whispered lovingly. "You are so worthy of love." I held his hand and cried like a newborn in service of love. That is what we are. That is all there is. Love. forever moving into and out of itself. We are the blood of the beating heart of creation. Thanks to an unexpected change in schedule, my father and I were able to attend an evening of 5-MeO DMT with our same 3 beloved facilitators. This took place Saturday, January 29th, 2022, with the full glory of the sun setting on the Pacific. I would go first this time, and we agreed on a meditative low dose followed by a full breakthrough. I settled on a meditation cushion, and within seconds of drawing in the vapour, I felt the world fall away. 25 milligrams of dried venom at 15% 5-MeO DMT by weight puts us at 3 to 4 milligram dose, which is on the lighter side. It took me immediately into a state of deep meditative relaxation. There was no psychedelia, no ego obliteration, just stillness and space. A sense of everything being at rest, at peace, and just right. This experience was deeply nourishing, and it passed with the same fleeting ease which characterised its arrival. As thoughts and awareness of my surroundings gradually returned, I did a bit of stretching and deep breathing, which was truly delicious. Earlier in the day I had injured my back, which also made it hard to breathe, and this was the best I had felt physically all day. I opened my eyes and saw that the sun had sunk fully below the horizon, leaving the dreamlike glow of dusk over a now dark sea. Clothed now in delicate music and candlelight, the smell of toad venom and fragrant herbs, the room was pregnant with latent mystical power. Dr. Jeremy approached with a grin, radiating warmth and encouragement. He whispered, "Hey bud, how are you? Great. Still want a full breakthrough dose? Great. 111? 111? The meaning didn't quite register. 111 milligrams. That's what came through when I was weighing the dose. How does that sound?" Smiling, a sort of reassuring excitement danced in his eyes. "Yes, let's do it." Some part of my mind registered that this is a large dose, about twice what I had on my first session back in September. Great, it's going to be beautiful. I stood up and we made the final preparations. Aromatic cleansing water was put in my hands, with which I anointed my head, neck and chest. I was given the pipe to hold close to my heart, and I spent a few moments connecting with my body and breath. The prayer was held up before me, and I began to read, the words echoing off of the simple white page. I accept that the joy I have longed for is already in my life. I accept that the love for which I have prayed is already in my life. The doctor administered the dose while Luna and Alicia stood behind me, waiting to become my wings. My breath felt free and easy. Maybe because it wasn't my first time. Maybe because the small dose earlier had soothed my nerves. The whole dose was brought in smooth, arms stretched towards the heavens. It was a huge hit, and the impression was of having just inhaled some kind of thick electric medicinal fluid. It captured the full attention of all of my senses. Good. Now hold. Gentle hands on me, and whispers. How can I possibly describe this? Everything I have ever been, felt, thought, done, sensed, or believed exploded. I exploded. The pieces I exploded into exploded. Then those pieces exploded, and then those pieces exploded. Wave after explosive wave mounting on top of each other in constructive collapse. Each iteration getting tighter, faster, higher, brighter and louder. The refresh rate of my awareness was climbing at an impossible rate, buzzing and blooming, rolling and ringing. Jesus, I thought. What little of my mind was left stood before a tidal wave. The absolute. Jesus, the thought rang out again. I'm not especially Christian. This is just what one thinks in such a state of absolute astonishment. Jeremy, the name of my father, my creator. It is to me to be the name pattern existence itself. Jeremy, Jeremy, it is a key, or it is a doorway. Regardless, something had opened. A soft wind blows. It is done. Holy fucking shit. This is it. Right now. It's over. Here it is, right now. The entire drama of creation lay naked with an unbound, neutral awareness. Creation is the child of freedom. No distinction between thought, emotion, sensations, memory, anything. It is all one. There is the sense of massive, unfathomable relief and gratitude. This is it, and it is perfect. Perfect and complete. Awareness itself seemed to have reached some kind of plot twist at the climax of being. Self-awareness chased its tail through the eye of the storm, through the centre of the torus, howling wild with delight all the way. The echo played out, dissipated. Peace. That is all. I'm swaddled in love, the child of freedom. Not yet fully aware of personhood, my faculties return just enough to allow linear, coherent thought to dance into being. I whispered to myself, here it is, the jewelled lotus at the heart of creation. It was never born, it will never die. Infinite peace in the eternal moment. Nothing to do, and no one to do it. Perfection. The feeling of safety, comfort and coziness, free of a single blemish, lay evenly distributed throughout my entire being. Just so. I reached out my hand to my dad laying next to me, seeking his hand in victory and camaraderie, forgetting that he too is immersed in the most potent psychedelic experience known to man. He's very deep in the medicine, Luna tells me. I chuckled and hugged myself under the blanket. All of this must have taken place very quickly, because I can hear my father next to me speaking in tongues. This tends to happen early on, during the come-up. How long was I adrift in that sea of raw totality? Out of the light language comes some English, and I know he knows. Okay, I get it, okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm overwhelmed with joy, and it pours out of me like syrup as I echoed the words back under my breath. He settled down after only a moment, and I enjoyed 10 or 15 minutes simply being. No particular thoughts or feelings, just presence. At some point Dr. Jeremy came to check on me, and I affirmed that yes, it was beautiful, and that yes, I would like a third dose. Still laying comfortably, I inhaled the vapour, noting the now familiar taste and the crackling sound it made when heat was applied. This brought home the total transcendence of the supposed sacred and mundane duality. I savoured the feeling of my own gentle laughter and wriggled around, delighted at the state of intrinsic awareness which is the true ground of being. I couldn't help but smile as soft tears rolled back over my cheeks. This came on just as swiftly as it departed though, much like the first meditative dose. I settled in, content to rest forever until my father came back around. I heard him stirring and speaking. "I'm so happy," it said through him. Not as a statement of experience, but as an expression of its essence. That happiness is simply what we are once all fear is gone. "I'm so happy," we continued. "I'm so happy. I'm so happy." I became aware that he was sobbing. This time I'm going to bring it back. But they're never going to believe me. They're never going to believe me. They're never going to believe me. We turned to face each other, and our love for one another spilled out into the room. We marvelled and chatted, as one does after this sort of thing. Dr. Jeremy, sitting on the floor next to us, spoke up. "That was so beautiful. Thank you both." And turning to me, he said, "It was nice to hear you vocalising more. Your dad was there last time, but you really brought it tonight." "What do you mean?" Surely he couldn't have meant the bit of whispering I did to myself. I was then informed that immediately after taking the second dose of 111 milligrams, I sat bolt upright and shouted with the full force of my being, "Jesus! Jesus! Jeremy! 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 We got burgers from In-N-Out. Postscript. Every night I return to that place in my dreams. Deep integration and blessed beautiful work are done in sleep, and I am thankful for the grace. Though I cannot say everyone has to do this, the value of such an experience cannot be overstated. I am interested only in embodying the truth of being, with patience, love, and compassion. Thank you. Right, well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was an absolutely impeccable description of the 5-MeO DMT experience, with more of an emotional aspect to it than a lot of the other reports that we see. So now we're moving on to the next report, which is actually by his dad, so buckle yourselves up for this one. Saturday, January 29th. My son and I smoked 5-MeO DMT in the form of toad venom. I'm a 60-year-old man living in Los Angeles, in good health without significant disease. I am taking only thyroid hormone replacement, and I'm not using any other herbs or supplements. I have a history of what would probably be called recreational psychedelic use, stretching back to 17 years of age when I began experimenting with various substances including psilocybin, LSD, and mescaline. Usually these were taken in a party setting in conjunction with alcohol, and later, often along with cocaine and methamphetamine. And although managing to shine through with some profound existential glow, they were not employed with the intent of formal spiritual quest, other than that of absolute freedom. I'm an alcoholic and have been sober since 1992. This includes all other drug and psychedelic compounds as well. Well, until recently. My son, Mason, with whom I share a very deep connection, had also been sitting with various psychedelics since he was 16. While I was busy with work and raising his younger brothers and sisters, he was finding his way along the esoteric pathways of Stoicism, Hermeticism, and the myriad ancient and resurgent wisdom traditions loosely aligned with non-duality. By this point I had been a rational material atheist for the majority of my life, having grown disaffected and suspicious of the edicts, expectations, and explanations offered during my Catholic upbringing. This would change in a 10-minute span. 3 years ago, Mason informed me he was thinking about extracting and working with N,N-dimethyltryptamine, or DMT. He asked me what I thought of it, and of course, I supported him. He perfected the extraction on his own, engaged with the substance, and would frequently report back with the wild details of his travels. I asked him if he thought that I might benefit, and he felt that I would. Despite some initial late-life trepidation, my experience was transformative. In 10 minutes I was shown there is a transcendent other, layers of etheric energy beings both within and without us, up through to the source of all creation, which is not separate from us. I was shown how life was a gift we were giving ourselves, that it is a game written in light, and that there is nothing to worry about. Life and death are just part of the dream, and because everything unfolds in the service of love. We shared plant medicines both together and separately, until, 3 months ago, the opportunity came to sit with a team offering 5-MeO DMT of the Incilius alvarius variety. Our experience together was deeply profound and reaffirmed the root truth of all mystical teachings, that we were all manifestations of the one loving intelligence, and that despite our seeming struggles, we are always safe, always peaceful, eternal. Details of this encounter can be found in my son's eloquent and moving trip report entitled The Toad, 5-MeO DMT Trip Report. After a 3-month period of integration, we were called to sit with the medicine once again. I set an intention for the service. Surrender. My first encounter had been quite gentle, having no memory of the rapid come-up until I was revealed as pure loving presence. This time I hoped to be able to face the unnameable such that I might lose myself more consciously into it. In a short period of time, we found ourselves back in the arms of our loving team. Jeremy, which also happens to be my name, Alicia, and Luna. The ceremony was, again, to be held at Luna's warm and inviting home, which sits in natural organic resonance on the cliffs over the ocean. "What do you think about doing a meditation dose to begin with?" Jeremy asked both Luna, Mason and I together. I am always nervous prior to both plant and toad medicine ceremonies, and this seemed like a good way to relax into the experience. "Just a little handshake to focus on the breathing and centre the heart," Jeremy said. "You'll be aware throughout. Some people don't feel the need to go further in afterwards, so we will check on with you after a few minutes." The sun had just set. The 2 great west-facing windows stare like eyes, out over the steely ocean. Orange, red and yellow stained glass shards of light dancing on the surface, out into the infinite. My son and I were cleansed with sage and Florida water. We were seated cross-legged in meditation position, side by side on soft floor mats, adorned with the visage of Ganesha. As I had been served first previously, Mason would begin tonight. He was offered and received the small dose via the Eclipse vaporizer in 1 inhalation, without disturbance in his peace or posture. I was offered the medicine and received it in kind. Immediately my inner and outer world became a cathedral of shadowed silver lattice work. My heart quickened and I focused on my breathing. There was the knowing of a great power just beyond my senses, ancient, aware. I fought the urge to fall backward into it, wanting to save my surrender for the breakthrough dose. Rather than being a gentle handshake, my ego was on high alert, sensing its perilous position. I considered not continuing any further, but soon as I was aware of my son, standing, folded hands holding the medicine close to his heart and reading the prayer from the card before him. We were both to take the medicine standing and to fall back into the arms of our guides as the substance took hold. Music came up, soft and supportive. First, 2 deep practice breaths, and then 1 long, gentle inhale, deep into the diaphragm. Arms being assisted out and up over his head, and then falling back into the cradle of life. There was some initial hushed busying around him, pillows to support, arms into surrender pose. The silence was then broken by a scream. "Jesus!" Mason yelled in utter astonishment. The sound was of a man facing the unthinkable. "Jesus!" He sat up, bending at the waist and met by the tender silent care of our attendants. And then, "Jeremy!" Mason shouted. I froze, stunned by the invocation of the name, both mine and that of our shaman. 2 more times again. "Jeremy! Jeremy!" By this point I am sobbing softly to myself, partly because my son is calling me and I will claw through heaven and earth to find him. Mostly though, I am crying because I know. He is staring at the face of God. "Jay!" Victory. "Jay!" Victory. I look at Luna worriedly, but she places her hand on her heart and shakes her head. "No, just keep meditating," offers Alicia in a whisper. In a moment he is at peace, remembering who he is. Now it is my turn. I stand up, a little shaken. "I'm anxious," I whisper to Alicia. "It's normal," she smiles. They are moving me forward with steady reassurance. Hold the medicine between your palms and read this aloud. "Will this be like before?" I ask Jeremy. "Oh yeah," he reassures. "It will be beautiful." Alicia will serve, Jeremy will catch. Hold the medicine close to your heart. I read the prayer out loud. I accept that the joy that I have longed for is already in my life. I accepted the love for which I have prayed is already within me. The first 2 practice breaths, then 1 long, slow, deep inhalation. More, a little more, good. Now hold. The features of the room became defined by the same silver lattice energy. And then, pop. Arms now outstretched like bird wings, I fall back into oblivion. I am aware of being safely caught, lowered, and positioned onto the ground. And then it comes. Not in images so much, but as an energetic presence bearing down fast. I begin to feel my body, my sense of self, unravelling. Suddenly it is upon me. Unimaginable beauty, unfathomable complexity, unbearable power and infinite expanse, roiling like the sun, shape-shifting into impossible dimensionality. It is light beyond seeing, presence beyond boundary. It is taking me apart 1 atom at a time, and it is demanding my surrender. There is an emotion different from fear, an existential dread. There is no previous similar experience with which to measure and compare. I have been deposited directly into the heart of the unmanifest, preconditional, thermonuclear everything generator, an unrelenting grist mill of reality. And I am resisting it. It is like holding back an exploding star, though soon there will be not enough left of me to distinguish. In a heartbeat there is a complete obliteration of self and annihilation of all subject-object relationships. I scream at the top of my lungs, a scream of resignation, an offering of energy, the final exhalation, exaltation, the acceptance of death. I am gone. In my place is a unification with, and as, all of the unbridled, roaring, infinite power of unmanifest being. With the collapse of space and time comes omnipotence, omnipresence, omniscience, immediate understanding of everything that has ever been, and of why, which is, of course, the expression of unconditional love. But not love as a desire, not love as a stroll with a lover through a Parisian garden, and not even as the love between mother and child, but love as a locomotive tearing up the tracks of conceptualization and judgment. Love as recognition and celebration of the glory of its own unfathomable and miraculous being. A power that calls itself into manifestation, expressed as infinite distinctions, dancing through relationships. Impossible to experience as a me or a you, yet present in contracted form as all things. Each particle of perfection plotting its path home. Sometimes this looks like suffering. Other times this looks like bliss. Each distinction giving birth to and informing its opposite until they meet, surrendering their separateness, collapsing, liberated in the heart. Just as we must inevitably surrender our distinctions, our opposing qualities, life and death. This is a gift from you to you, a game of losing and finding, sleeping and waking, forgetting and remembering. What is asked is the surrender of everything. What you get in return is yourself. At last, I've fully surrendered. I became it. Completely free. I'm so happy, it said through me. Not as a statement of experience, but as an expression of its essence. That happiness is simply what we are once all fear has subsided. I'm so happy, we continued. I'm so happy. So happy. I became aware that I was sobbing. Fighting the urge to get up, now I allowed myself the gift of finger painting with my mind the details of this very reality. I looked into and became my wife. I saw her goodness, beauty and strength. I saw how we had created each other and felt her love for me as real and pure, and I began to weep again. I started moving in and out of all of the people I have known, friends, family, and even public figures like Jesus, Hitler and such, to know myself as them, to demystify and demonstrify them in shared humanness and divinity. As the medicine lay me back gently, into my body, into my life, I held on to the deep knowing that there is nothing and has never been anything but the one self, which manifests as this dream of doing and being, a living that can never be threatened. Always both a lover and its beloved, dancing together alone. There is no power but you, came the silent wisdom. There is no power but you, I yelled, and 2 more times. There is no power but you. There is no power but you. The simple truth of it all was undeniable. This time I'm going to bring it back, I said. But they're never going to believe me. They're never going to believe me. They're never going to believe me. Now back in my body, I considered my predicament. All of manifest reality, from God to God particle telescoping up and down, nested and interpenetrating through me, as me. I thought about the everyday worries that I had dragged with me into this space. I surrender, I whispered out loud, and was released.